Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the meeting of Planning Commission for March 28th. I'd like to welcome you and let you know that as volunteers, we have been appointed by the Town Council to make sure that we make sound, pardon me? I'm sorry. That our mission is to make sound decisions supported by facts and policy based on our general plan and other policies that the town has drafted in the last few years and adopted. And we're grateful you're here because it is how democracy happens. With that, I'd like to ask you all to let me introduce to you anyway my other fellow planning commissioners. We have Commissioner Kane. He's our vice chairman. Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Sayoc, Commissioner Rice, and Commissioner Bourgeois. Commissioner Machichi has been excused for tonight. And with that, would you all join us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We appreciate you being here, and if you would like to speak tonight, there are a couple of protocol issues that I'd like to tell you about. First one is, if you have a cell phone, would you please silence it in any manner that you see fit? And then if you'd like to speak tonight, would you please fill out a card that's on the back of the benches that are in front, that you're sitting on, and please hand it over to Guido. Over here to the right, my left, thank you. And then he'll get the cards to me. I think that's all I have for that. With that, we have minutes to approve, commissioners.
I'll move we approve the minutes of the March 4th.
Citizen Ray, minutes. Yes, you will have 3 minutes.
A little early to shut the public down, just a bit early, okay? Madam Chairman and members of the Commission, I wanted to bring to your attention the errors have left out a serious a matter that needs to be corrected. It says here, Chair Telesfor asked to agendize discussion of procedures for the DRC process at an upcoming meeting. Not a word about her motion, not a word about the second, and not a word about the unanimous vote of the Commission to do so. And I suggest the minutes need to show a unified support for the chairman's position, because that's exactly what happened, and the minutes theoretically are supposed to be honest and exact. Thank you.
Thank you, Citizen Ray.
Always happy to be absurd.
No. And may I have a motion on the minutes, please?
I'll move to approve the minutes as submitted.
And a second?
I'll second it, but I see no reason, assuming that there was the motion and it was made, why don't we move to amend the minutes to reflect that?
I don't believe that there was a motion made. I think that was just comment and a suggestion.
I was not at that meeting, but we can go back and listen to the recording and verify. If it was made through a motion, then we will amend the minutes accordingly.
Right. I don't. Does anyone recall that?
The reason I proposed to adopt as submitted is my recollection was it was a sense of the Commission as opposed to a formal motion. We all agreed that we would like to hear it, but
Exactly. We've done that before. That's not unusual.
Whatever it reflects, can we just make
Yes.
sure it gets in the minutes?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All in favor? Aye. And opposed? Thank you. Would you please sit down, Citizen Ray? Thank you.
Not clear to me what action you're taking or no action.
Citizen Ray, thank you.
Can you explain it, please?
We will, we,
What's going on?
we have, nothing is going down. We have just approved the minutes, and we will have Mr. Suda check to see if it was a motion. I don't believe it was a motion, if there's a change.
And I'll be here.
I bet you will. Thank you. I don't have any written communications or continuances at this time, but we do have some subcommittee reports, I believe. And we also have, do we have a subcommittee report from Historic?
Unfortunately, I was not at the Historic Preservation Committee, and it looks like Commissioner Machici is not here to provide the subcommittee report.
Okay.
We could do it at the next meeting.
All right, thank you very much. We'll hear those reports then. From that, I'd like to call up for verbal communication before our meeting, Mr. David Green. When you come to the podium, state your name, adjust the microphone, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is David Green. I live at 16990 Frank Avenue, Los Gatos. I would like to bring to your attention what I consider, as an expert witness, a biochemical hazard that exists potentially in one of our neighborhoods. There's a cancer cluster. There have been cancers in houses, 3 or 4 houses that are adjacent. There's recently been research reported in the Scientific American that says that dogs are a very good sentinel for picking up cancers. They have a short lifespan of 10 times less than that of a human. And it's been found that dogs have cancers that are very similar to humans. As a result of this, they are now suggesting to use dogs to find out if cancer-causing pathogens or other conditions exist. We've had 2 dogs. Both dogs got cancer. They got cancer very young. The one that we have now, which we took to an oncologist, said that she had not seen one in all the time she's been practicing that had this cancer in the position that she had it. I went back and I looked at the records in the file and found out that this particular septic tank is in sand. There's at least 22 foot of sand. Pathogens from the septic tank could travel through that, and according to the research I've done, reading papers, over 200 papers and abstracts, they could travel about 80 yards at least, which is well within the range of the houses. The person that used to live next door to me got a cancer in his leg, a tumor in his leg. The person that lives on this side got a tumor in his head. I've had 2 skin cancers. Each of these could be a coincidence. There's no way that you can prove cancer, except in specialized cases like asbestos and smoke from cigarettes. But you cannot not prove that it is there. And they look for these sort of clusters. Also in the file, I went back to the environmental impact report. There was no impact report signed by a staff member. It was signed by the developer. The lead agency is supposed to sign the environmental impact report. It was not. I've also given you some papers which expand this. I got a letter from the staff, and they said, we don't think there's a problem. They drew upon an expert to tell them whether that problem exists or not. The driver of a backhoe that was working on the land. Could I beg your indulgence for a short time? I'm testifying as an expert according to the California codes and the town codes. I have very high qualifications
Mr.
in
Green?
physics.
I hate to end this for you. It sounds very important, but your 3 minutes is up.
Madam Chairman, because this is a matter of public health, I would crave your indulgence to speak for another minute.
We have such a full agenda. I must have 20 cards
Madam
up here.
Chairman, if somebody dies of cancer, because you did not give an extra minute.
Okay, I'll give you an extra minute.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I will
I
indulge
just want to
that.
establish my background as an expert. I have the highest qualification in physics that you can get in the United Kingdom. There are about 150 of us. It includes people like many well-known names. I've also got a fellowship with the Institute of Measurement and Control. I'm also a chartered physicist. I have spent a lot of time looking at this, and what I'm saying now is backed up by facts. I would request that you tell staff to re-examine this and either come up with an expert that says that, a qualified expert that says this is not a problem, or stop working on this until it can be sorted out. Thank you very much, and thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go on, I do want to tell you, we have many cards up here. Oh, do you have a question? Okay. Would you come back up, Mr. Green, before I go on? I didn't see your hand, Commissioner Kane. I apologize.
Mr. Green, just to the staff, how should we proceed on such a matter?
Mr. Green is referring to a development project that was approved next door to his house. He has expressed a concern already to the town regarding a septic system that existed on that site that has been removed, as I understand, but I'm not entirely certain of that. The permits regarding removal of septic tanks and the standards under which those permits are issued are handled by, I understand, the County Health Department? West Valley Sanitation District, not by the town. We've referred Mr. Green's concern over to West Valley. Our understanding is that they've inspected the site and found no problems there, that there is no jurisdiction at this point in the commission to do anything else with regard to Mr. Green's concerns.
Do you understand that, Mr. Green?
What I understand is that the town is turning around and saying it's up to them, and the county is turning around and saying it's up to them.
Well, one of the things I'm hearing, it's not the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission per se, but town council meets on every other Monday night.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
All right, Commissioners, we do have to move on.
Question? One, very quick.
Very quickly.
I understand that it may not be the Planning Commission's jurisdiction, but what about the issue of the EIR not being signed by the lead agency?
That project is categorically exempt, so there was no environmental impact report.
A follow-up? Documentation providing the
I have here
neg deck?
the documentation.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
As part of the standard application process, one of the application materials that is submitted is an environmental checklist. Regardless of whether an EIR or a negative declaration is required, part of the standard submittal requirements is an environmental checklist that is submitted by the applicant. In this case, like any other single-family home on a flatland lot, it's exempt from environmental review per the California Environmental Quality Act.
And another question.
Last one, I promise. Just for my own peace of mind, may I have a copy of that checklist just so I can review?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have that checklist here.
Thank you.
You will notice that it says determination to be completed by the lead agency, and it's signed by the developer.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, let us move on.
Thank you.
Citizen Ray for the public forum.
Thank goodness for citizens like David Green, okay? He has unearthed what can be potentially a tragic situation in the community. Negligence, criminal negligence is my evaluation for potential, okay? I went to the DRC this last Monday, and guess who makes up the DRC? 3 planning assistants and 1 other city employee. It's unbelievable, the fraud that goes on. And I raised the issue at 25 Tate, another development, is where's the septic tank in this 100-year-old property? Where's the leach field? What have you done, to make sure there's no public health problem? A school is right next door. And the checklist specifies under CEQA there must be a factual determination whether or not there is a potential for hazard when there's a school right next door. Also, when there's the potential for hazard-related issues, okay? And you have a 150-year-old little old home that's to be torn down, and nobody has filled out and signed the CEQA checklist. No matter what this man says here. I'm sick and tired of his lies. Sick and tired of it. Let's have a showdown before somebody dies in this community because of your negligence. There is a law, and we have found the law. There's a county ordinance that specifies what you do when you abandon a septic tank. And none of those procedures have been followed, as far as we know. And we demand an investigation. Demand it! Well, now that I've gotten that off my chest, I feel a little better. Maybe we can save some lives by doing the right thing, okay? Next Monday night, of course, is the big night at the council for the mountain. And all indications are the monster castle of DeSantis that's been proposed is moving ahead. We have no information that says otherwise. And of course, if that's established, goodbye our gorgeous mountain as a public resource. It'll turn into just another real estate development for those who have to show off their money. The nouveau riche of Silicon Valley will all flock to the mountain and rape, pillage, and destruct our gorgeous mountain up there. So speak to the council before Monday night, if you would. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, before we go to the next item, I had a request just a few minutes ago from Mr. Hackett, and that would be agenda item number 3, and his presenter may be late for that time. So he has, I am going to ask if you would agree to move that agenda item to the end so that his speaker has a chance to come forward.
My concern on that would also be about the number of people that might be here to speak to that item who are expecting it to be heard in its proper order. I don't know how many we have.
Right.
Before you make that decision, that might be important to know.
I have one speaker card. I don't know. That's a very good question. What would you like to do? That's one. Commissioner Kane.
It comes at the applicant's request. Let's move it to last position.
That's what I would agree. Okay, it's going to the last position. Thank you. Okay, with that, Commissioners, let's move on to the first item on the agenda at 15200 Los Gatos Boulevard, Plan Development Application PD 0605, and a negative declaration ND 0709, requesting approval to change zoning from CH, which is commercial highway, to commercial highway PD merge lots and construct a new commercial building on property zoned commercial highway. No significant environmental impacts have been identified as a result of this project, and a mitigated negative declaration is recommended. Commissioners, the applicant, before I call him up.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I am disqualified from this agenda item because
Okay.
I live within 500 feet of the proposed project.
All right, Commissioner Sayoc, we'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you. In the meantime, the applicant has chosen to apply for a PD to give the town and applicant a chance to create and establish this property that will actually be a welcoming gateway to Los Gatos and set the trend, right, for future development. And so with that in mind, and before we do call him up, Mr. Suda, do you have any reports that you'd like to give us on this project?
Sure, just to provide a introductory report. The applicant has proposed a plan development zoning on this parcel to construct a 10,000 square foot retail building. It's a 40,000 square foot site located between Office Depot and Ace Hardware near at the intersection of Lark Avenue and Los Gatos Boulevard. It's the site of the former Los Gatos Auto Mall and the Flames restaurant site that was destroyed in 2005. CDAC reviewed the project in March of 2006, and their comments are included in your packet as Exhibit F. Under the applicant's proposal, up to 4,000 square feet of the building could be utilized by restaurant uses, and the maximum number of seats under the proposal would be 99. That cap on the seats is based on the amount of parking that is proposed at this time. No specific restaurant tenants have been identified or brought forward. So under the plan development and the conditions as recommended by staff, a conditional use permit would still be required prior to the use of that building by a future restaurant tenant. The purpose of that is that future CUP should establish the operational characteristics, the limitations on those operations, hours of operation, review the type of restaurant, alcohol sales, etc. So although this plan development would acknowledge that under the parking, restaurant of up to 99 seats would be allowed, a future CUP is still required to craft those operational conditions. The applicant originally proposed a building of between 32 and 35 feet in height. Based on the concerns from the neighbors, they have reduced the height of the structure to 25 feet at the roof ridge and 27 feet at the tower. In terms of the location of the structure, the Commercial Highway Zoning Code requires a front setback of 15 feet. The applicants are proposing a front setback that varies between 5 and 18 feet. Although there is a proposed reduction in the front setback, the front yard area that is proposed is greater than the minimum required by the commercial highway zone. Applicants provided a sheet A8 that shows a comparison of the front setback area to that which is existing. And the Planning Commission will need to evaluate the appropriateness of that reduction in the standard front setback. The report also touches upon that access easement that exists along the driveway on the Office Depot site that's immediately to the north of the proposed project. This is access to this driveway is provided by an ingress-egress easement or a reciprocal access agreement with Office Depot. The applicant sought a permanent ongoing easement and were unsuccessful in obtaining such an agreement from Office Depot. The current access agreement is valid for a period of 15 years. Based on the potential that Office Depot may not be willing to extend the agreement in 15 years, the staff has included a condition of approval that requires the property owner to modify the parking lot in the event that access is restricted in the future, and also requires that the amount of seating be reduced to 66. That would take into account the reduction in parking available on the site. The condition also requires that a deed restriction be recorded that documents what those requirements are should that access ever be terminated. The applicant is also seeking flexibility through the plan development zone to incorporate the diamond-shaped planters in the parking lot in lieu of the finger-shaped planters that are required by the town standards. Under the town standards, a 3-foot wide planter needs to be provided every 15 spaces. Under the applicant's proposal, they are providing a diamond-shaped planter every 4 spaces. The net result is that there will be additional trees and tree canopy adjacent to and over the parking area, and allows additional tree screening between this project and the adjoining residential neighborhood. Need to make one clarification regarding the a mitigation measure in the mitigated negative declaration. The mitigated negative declaration states that all of the recommendations of the arborist will be implemented. And specifically, the arborist report recommends that tree 26 be saved and that a setback be provided of 10 feet to the building. This is a tree that's located near the intersection of Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard. What's shown on the plan is a setback of 6 feet from the tree to the building rather than the 10 feet proposed or required by the arborist. The applicant is proposing to remove the pine under these current plans. In order to do this, there's a couple alternative actions by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission can require that the application be revised and that through a condition of approval, the building setback from the tree be increased to 10 feet, from 6 feet to 10 feet. And that most likely would require a reduction in the size of the building. Second alternative is under the Environmental Quality Act. It allows the Planning Commission to adopt a substitute mitigation measure. In order to do this, the Planning Commission would have to determine that it does not desire to retain that tree, and in this case, an alternative mitigation measure would need to be adopted by the Commission. Under the Town Code and the tree ordinance contains a tree replacement policy or tree replacement standard that requires that that the canopy be replaced by an equivalent canopy size. So in other words, if the canopy size of this tree is 30 feet, then replacement trees would also have to have a canopy size of 30 feet. And that is designed to, and towns determine that that is an appropriate mitigation for protected trees that are removed. So again, to address this inconsistency between the plans and the negative declaration, you can either adopt a condition requiring that the building be further set back, or you can adopt an alternative mitigation measure. I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do any of my commissioners have questions of Mr. Suda? I see one. Commissioner Rice. I'm sorry, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Yeah, throwing them off. So thank you, Mr. Suda. I did want one clarification. In the consulting architect's report, we had 2 comments, and one was that we maintain the existing 15-foot setback, and another was to remove the tower element. In the staff report, it says that the new designs meet all of the consulting architect's recommendations, but those 2 aren't met. Could you explain that discrepancy for me?
Sure. The architect's review in that letter is based on the initial submittal by the applicants. This application has gone through many iterations on its way to the Planning Commission. There have been several iterations between when that letter was written and the current proposal that you see before you. Mr. Cannon has reviewed those iterations and the most recent proposal and believes that the architectural changes meet with his satisfaction.
So may I follow up? So just to be very clear, so despite the fact that the tower remains and that the setback is less than 15 feet, our consulting architect was okay with the plans as submitted to us?
That's correct. What they've done is actually change the proportion of the building elements. So if you compare what is shown in the letter against the current plans, they've changed the proportion of the elements, changed the height of some of the elements, increased the weight of that trellis structure to bring more shade on the building and that patio area, and done a number of other changes to the window sizes, etc. to try and address that Mr. Cannon's concern that that tower was awkwardly designed in relation to the rest of the building.
And that's reflective in what we're seeing before us tonight?
That's correct.
Commissioner Bourgeois, why don't you go ahead and, is this a follow-up to what you're, where you're
It's a
going?
new one, but it's very brief.
Okay, go ahead. And, oh, you have a follow-up, Commissioner Rice. Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I read the same thing as if he was recommending changes in what we're looking at. And I think it would be helpful if we had some kind of a chronology in the future where a consulting architect gives us something, and then if it's adjusted to reflect that, to let us know where the consulting architect stands on what we're seeing, because I read it to be different.
I agree. In fact, when Commissioner Bourgeois pointed it out to me, we had to go back to the case planner to explain what the chronology was. So it wasn't apparent to me on the face of it either.
Okay, thank you.
And I would agree with that. It's confusing. Yes. Commissioner Bourgeois.
Just one final clarification before we move forward. The storyboards that are out there are the original height and not the reduced height. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So the 25 and the 27 feet are not what is reflected in the storyboards. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Question I have relates to the parking and the dependence on a 15-year easement, and apparently there is no present plan about what they would do if the 15-year easement indeed terminates. Is that correct?
They've provided an alternative alternative site plan that would show how that parking lot would be modified. It's included in your report.
It is.
As Exhibit L. Exhibit L.
Exhibit L. It is.
Oh, and it is also on the wall behind you.
Okay, thank you. And also, if I understand this correctly, the plans that we have before us are conceptual in nature, correct?
That's correct. Under the Plan Development Code, it simply requires that conceptual plans be submitted and that the detailed architectural plans and site plans would be considered and reviewed through the architectural and site process. The plan development process is a two-step process. The PD establishes the overall zoning parameters for the site, and then as a second phase, the architectural and site process establishes or approves the specific architectural drawings. What this applicant and other applicants have provided is actually fairly detailed architectural drawings that go beyond what the minimum requirements of the Plan Development Code are.
But we still can discuss those and
Absolutely.
make recommendations. And then also the landscaping and the parking plan will come back with it through A&S as well.
The details of the landscape
details of
plan,
that.
yes.
But we still should be including that in questions and discussion tonight, and any recommendations.
Right. So if there are modifications that the commission would want to see to the building location, parking lot design, et cetera, those can be incorporated as requirements of the plan development ordinance, and those would be implemented at the architectural and site approval stage.
Right. So as we listen to the presentation tonight and form questions, we should be considering that and also considering the fact that this is a gateway presentation building, correct?
It's an intersection it's a prominent intersection. It's considered a gateway intersection. It's one of the, that off-ramp from 17 defines this as a gateway into the town. So under the Boulevard Plan, it calls for a more prominent building at this location.
And with qualities that are unique and.
That's right, something
that's
that would establish a statement that you've arrived into the town.
Right, that stands out. Okay, with that being said, any more questions? I don't see any, and we will call the applicant up. So, would you state your name, please?
My name is John Iesa.
Did you fill
Los
out?
Gatos resident.
Did you fill out a card?
I did.
Okay.
I live at 193 Kimball, Los Gatos Avenue in town here. And first of all, I want to concur with what Randy has to say. His team, I want to commend the planning staff, Bud and Randy and Suzanne, for their collaboration on this project. We've had quite a bit of earlier meetings, excuse me, with council, staff, and neighbors, helped ultimately design and lay out the project. We can see that Ken Rodriguez and his staff has an unquestionable track record in design of high-quality retail projects, and the choice of building materials for this project and design will greatly enhance the intersection of Los Gatos Boulevard and Lark. I had quite an extensive PowerPoint to go through, but Randy seems to know the project as well, if not better than I do. I will flip through a few slides and just kind of go over some of the issues that I think where we started and how we really got to where we are today. First of all, the landscape plan here, we really spent quite a bit of time on. We had 4 neighborhood meetings, and so what we tried to do is on the existing residents over here, we have 3 layers of landscaping, 36 and 24-inch box trees to help the neighbors from covering or actually viewing the backside of the building. The reason the site is so pushed far to the corner is to get away from the neighbors. That's why we pushed it all the way up to the street. And Randy was talking about the setback. And what we did, if you look at that slide, right here, you can actually see that the setback of landscape area is 3,400 square feet with the 10 or 15 foot setback versus what we're proposing with some articulation in the building and landscape ends up being about 4,200 square feet of landscape. So we're really giving more on the setback area. So that's an important concept for you guys to understand. As far as the master site plan, well, actually, let's go to the elevations. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Well, this elevation shows, obviously, your story poles did the trick. What we proposed were 35 foot out there. And this is an actual of what a 27 foot would look like now in comparison to next door Office Depot. So you can see they're pretty similar in height. One other thing I wanted to comment on was as far as the aesthetics of the building. If we go all the way to the end. Actually, let me jump back here so you guys understand the canopy as far as the diamonds are concerned. If you look at the shaded area versus the town required fingertips, you would get 7,100 square feet of shading on the diamonds versus only 3,000 square feet, 3,700 square feet of covered area. So the diamonds actually will give off more shade with the planting. Plus, this is part of our 3-tiered plan for the shading of the neighbors to seeing any of the building. So that's part of their concern. So we really have taken a lot of what the neighbors have said into our plan and concerns with the development. And as far as the last slide, and I'll stop here, you can see we've got some stacked stone elements on the corner. We really tried to follow the Los Gatos Boulevard specific plan about this being a gateway, and so we really tried to bring something prominent to the corner. We brought some older elements of tiled barreled roofing, and some covered canopied area where we can be a little bit more pedestrian friendly for the neighborhood. I think that neighborhood is lacking that. So I really believe this is going to enhance that corner and be something very special for the town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions at this point? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate the design changes. I have a few questions. If I could start with, you've talked about a three-tier layer of buffering, vegetation buffering. Could you go into a little more detail? And I'd like to hear your side of how the discussions with the neighbors went and what their concerns were and whether or not this is adequate. So what are the three tiers?
Well, first of all, we had 2 meetings, neighborhood meetings prior, and then we put the story poles up, and the story poles just, everybody, arms went up in the air. So we had another one, and we talked about the height, and that was a very big concern for some of the adjoining neighbors. So originally, this row here of I think, Tony, how many trees are there? 8 to 10 trees were not here originally on the plan when we submitted. We had all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 proposed on the canopy, and then we have a whole row of 24-inch box. I don't exactly know the details on those plants, but we added all of these in the neighbor's backyard. So we've gone in addition, and I don't want to put a cost associated with it, but it's considerable cost over and above the existing landscape plan.
So if I got you correct, the three tiers are the triangle plantings, the existing row of trees that's already there, and then a third row in the neighbor's yard.
That is correct. But the existing row that's there, we are
Supplementing.
We're supplementing, correct.
And
Interplanting, there you go.
And if you could go back to that last slide, kind of the nice final shot.
The beautiful rendering.
Okay, I got to be very honest and upfront that the tree 26 that our arborist is recommending to keep is very important to me at that intersection. I think it's a nice feature, and I think that's tree 26 that you have right behind the tower there on the left side. So that's not going to be there. Could you address the impact to your project of going from a 6-foot setback to a 10-foot setback at that corner to protect that tree?
And may I interrupt just for a minute? Would you please, with your pointer?
He's talking about this tree right here. Am I correct?
Thank you.
Actually, it would affect it dramatically from the point as far as that corner tower being prevalent on that corner. And that's the reason. I mean, we could keep the tree there at a 6-foot setback. The tree probably wouldn't live. Pines, we have plenty of other landscaping on there, but that tower, what we got from the Los Gatos specific plan was they wanted to bring the building onto the street, or made it more pedestrian friendly. That's why we proposed the tower element as far as a gateway. So as far as, I couldn't tell you exactly the amount of square footage if we had to do another 10-foot, but it would be significant.
But it's only a 4-foot, and you already have a 6-foot setback, and the arborist is recommending a 10-foot setback. So you're saying moving an additional 4 feet is going to have a significant impact to your project?
Probably anywhere from 500 to 700 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, Commissioner Rice.
Talking about the easement, when this came to CDAC, we had a lengthy discussion about the need to try and make that as permanent as possible. Can you just fill us in a little bit on what has transpired along those lines, why it's 15 years and the like?
I don't know if anybody here has ever had any negotiations with Office Depot before, but obviously it's a very large corporation. We've been at this plan development for about 8 months now, and we were lucky to actually get the easement with them. But we were successful in getting a 15-year easement with them. We believe that will be extended thereafter. I mean, we have a relationship with Office Depot on other projects. It just so happened that we were lucky to find someone that was willing to listen. And so that being said, it's recorded. We have a 15-year easement. We have a pretty good working relationship with the manager on site. We feel that it's going to be a long-lasting relationship. What else? my partner just reinformed me that we also negotiated a first right of refusal to purchase the property. So if it ever does go to market, we do have the first right to purchase it. So in addition to the easement.
The Home Depot property.
Office Depot.
Office Depot property. Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Kane.
After the public hearing, we're going to discuss the project and the application. And I'm going to look at the language that we have and have a big concern about the setback, and that's on Los Gatos Boulevard. When you say you tried to comply with the Los Gatos Boulevard plan, I'm guessing Section 5 of the Commercial Design Guidelines. Where is it? Page 6 begins with a minimum landscape setback of 15 feet shall be maintained from fronting sidewalks. How did we comply with that? How does this comply with that? Well, if you look at over here, it's actually just a straight line, okay, which is in compliance. What we're talking about over here is we've averaged it out. So if you look at all the average square footage that's blocked off of here versus the average square footage that is blocked off in this area, including this area in here and over here, we have more square footage in the setback, our proposed area, than what is in the existing. So there's more landscaped area on the proposed than there is which was existing. Does that make sense? Not yet. I don't know how. I mean, it doesn't say anything about square feet. It says 15 feet, and it gives many examples. You said you had reviewed this. Many examples of landscape setbacks along Los Gatos Boulevard. And I think rather than go into this blindly after you sit down, I was asking you, what can I do with that? Pictures, lots of grass, 15 feet. How do I get over that?
Excuse me, it looks like we have another speaker. And what's your name?
Tony Maurici, I put
And
in a card.
You did put in a
Yes,
card?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, then
Yes.
we'll let you
To answer your
this
question, Mr. Commissioner, we read that guideline as somewhat contradictory because it also said to be pedestrian friendly. Pedestrian friendly means to move it up onto the sidewalk. So we took a happy medium and an average, and our understanding is in the town of Los Gatos and other cities, they do averaging, and we took that as an averaging to try to qualify it to make sure that the property was pedestrian friendly. The further back you go, the less pedestrian friendly it is. So we kind of took the happy medium. So we think we met it, but it's still up to interpretation.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up on that. We talked about that at CDAC a while ago, and back in March of 2006. And so the setback right now is at 9 feet instead of the required 15, and yet you've put a patio, is that right?
That's
on
correct.
the sidewalk?
That's correct.
And so I guess my question is that, what's the noise impact to people sitting at the patio when they're sitting at a sidewalk that's on a very busy commercial street? Boulevard, actually, not a street, which is different than a street.
You know, there's a number of projects in Cupertino that were just recently done, and very similar to this, and they're actually closer up onto the street than this. I mean, there are other projects, but there is going to be some noise elements, but it doesn't seem to bother a lot of the pedestrians that go to these types of places. At least that's what we're finding out.
Okay, well, you're in Los Gatos. Thank you. I do have another question. I noticed that you have many roof types on this building.
Okay.
And the one roof that I'm interested in is the, when I'm traveling down the boulevard coming from the north, south, in the southern, heading toward the mountains, there's a very, I guess that's the northern elevation. What's the dimension of that roof in length?
Let's see if we can get a picture where you can show me what you're talking about here.
No. I'm coming from the north, going south. Would be that, I think.
Wait, there?
I can't see that very well, but yes, it would be that I think that's it. What's the roof dimension on that, the length of it?
What is it? 25? No, the length. 1 second, I'll check.
Okay.
130 feet.
Okay, thank you. Let's switch gears here. Do any of you have any more questions? I have 2 more questions I'd like to hear before I turn this over to the public input. Anyway, I'd like to understand better the circulation of the delivery trucks in this
Okay.
parking, delivery and, garbage.
Let's go to the site plan here. Okay, this is the master site plan. So delivery trucks obviously would be probably coming off of Lark, which is here, coming through the light and coming into this section here. And we actually have the trash enclosure here, and deliveries will be either, and then we have some back doors over here, or it will be front loaded this way. And this really, whether it's not, this will be considered the entrance to the tenants on this side.
That's tenant entrance.
That's tenant entrances, correct.
Okay.
You have access off of Los Gatos Boulevard and a right-in turn, or right-in turn to the Office Depot easement, or you have a coming in left turn in from Los Gatos Boulevard, or from Lark directly into the Office Depot site.
And then they'll exit.
They'll exit either this way with a right turn, hopefully not trying to make a U-turn, or that's what the reason we have this exit over here, which is a light signal intersection, which they can go any direction.
Okay, thank you. That's
One
fine.
other
Thank
thing
you.
I would like to add, though, is that we had originally, the parcel right now has the garbage collection area over here on the existing site, and we had moved it over here. So another one of the neighbors' requests.
Okay, thank you. No other questions? All right. Seeing that, I'm going to call up the public, and you can
Thank you
come
very
back.
much.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
You'll have another chance to come back up for 3 minutes. I have a lot of speaker cards, so what I'd like to see is I will call you 3 at a time, and perhaps you can kind of come close to the speaker stand so we can hear you. And if you would try, if you've heard someone say something, if you might just say, instead of reiterating the whole thing over again, just say, I agree and I'd like to add, okay? If you wouldn't do that, if you would do that for us. Thank you very much. And the first 3 people I have, Lucinda Van Bruggen, Brad Krauskup, and Jeff Rose. So Lucinda, followed by Brad, followed by Jeff. Go ahead and state your name, please.
Hi,
for
my
the
name
record.
is Lucinda Van Bruggen, and I live at 154 Potomac Drive in Los Gatos. And I have 3 issues I'd like to address regarding this project. The first would be the overall size and height of the proposed structure. It seems inappropriate for the size and location of the property. And my feedback is based on the current story poles that are up. I don't know if those are going to be changed to reflect some of the reduction or the changes that the developer was discussing tonight. But the current story poles show a structure significantly closer to the pedestrian sidewalk than any other business along Los Gatos Boulevard, and the roof and tower elevations obstruct views of the hillsides from those entering Los Gatos and interfere with the mature conifer, which I guess is tree number 26 on the property. And I'd hate to see that tree go. The second issue is the setback. With part of this structure having a setback of only 6 feet from the sidewalk, based on the location of current story poles and what I'm seeing here, that seems way too close to traffic in the sidewalk. To me, it seems like it might be a distraction for traffic and cars going through that intersection. And then the other issue would be the setback that the northwest tower poses that encroaches into the branches of the conifer tree that would result in the loss of that tree. It seems like the project should have a larger setback, more consistent with other businesses along the boulevard. The third issue, and probably most important issue I'd like to address, is traffic. I guess the question I had that sort of got answered, but not completely tonight, was the issue of traffic exiting out of the parking areas. Would they be allowed to exit using that traffic stoplight at Office Depot, which would be part of that easement that you were discussing? And I think that that would be really critical to the approval of this project, because if you have traffic exiting onto Los Gatos Boulevard from that southern entrance, it's going to create a lot of problems for people entering that intersection, which already gets backed up during morning and evening commute hours, particularly for people trying to turn left on to Lark Avenue, but even with traffic flowing north to 85. So if the traffic is allowed to exit out of that south entrance, I think that long-term this project is going to be a severe impact on the intersection. And so those are my main issues. So,
Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
And you do understand that the project has been reduced from the story poles that are out there.
right. Are they going to put up new story poles to reflect those so that the community and the public can get a feel for the size of the structures then?
I'll ask that question of staff.
Because I think that would be important to do in the process so people can
But
get...
does that reduction, and knowing that it's going to be of a comparable height to the Office Depot, does that allay your concerns any?
I think it helps, but I think the overall size of the structure, and because it's so close to the boulevard, just shows a building and businesses that are too large a scale for that size for the lot and their size of the property. So it seems like the developer should just pull everything back and make it smaller.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. Your Potomac, can you tell me what the proximity is or in the relationship to the site?
I live a couple
street?
streets behind Trader Joe's, so I live in a neighborhood between Long Ridge and Los Gatos Almaden Road. So my property isn't directly impacted by any views of this project, but I come out Gateway and go through that intersection a lot in my everyday usage.
All right. Thank you very much. And Brad Krauskup?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners and staff. My name is Brad Krauskup. I live at 150 Blueberry Hill Drive here in Los Gatos. I'm going to speak in favor of the project. Couple things that I want to point out. Transitional sites between residential neighborhoods and a thoroughfare like Los Gatos Boulevard they're difficult sites. I don't think there's any question about that. I'm a little familiar with the zoning here, and I think you can go up to 35 feet and more coverage than what's planned here. It sounds like, I haven't been involved in any of this, but it sounds like there's been a fairly collaborative effort and a real sensitivity to trying to set this project up to meet some of the concerns. I don't think all of the concerns, if I lived behind the project or adjacent to it, can probably be met. I don't like losing a pine tree, but I think it's great site planning to bring this thing up as close as we have to the street to make the project work. I think it's an important project because if you drive up and down Los Gatos Boulevard, as we all do, I'm not sure this area of town sets the town off in a great light, and I think we can be very proud of this project. I know the architect that designed the building, Ken Rodriguez, and he's probably one of the best architects in the South Bay area. I know the guys that are behind this project, and I know they'll use every effort to be sensitive to the design and to the needs of the neighborhoods, and it sounds like, again, that collaborative effort has taken place. I want a project on Los Gatos Boulevard that will set a tone for future projects.
I'm not real pleased with the most recent building that's going up on Los Gatos Boulevard. I don't think it is the quality that Los Gatos Boulevard deserves. This looks great to me. And I hope the sensitivities with the neighborhood have been met or being recognized, and I hope you can support the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Jeff Rose, followed by Citizen Ray, Karen Lekisham, I hope I pronounced that right, and then Amy Despars. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, my name is Jeff Rose, and I live at 120 Greendale Drive, which is right behind Trader Joe's, and I use the Gateway every day. You know, it's amazing that everything that was talked about was the gateway into Los Gatos. Well, there are only two gateways, and I think that the traffic situation will be choking the gateways to Los Gatos. You know, right now we've already got an issue, even getting over to make a left-hand turn in the lane when you come out of Gateway, because of all the traffic going towards work and trying to get on Lark Avenue. You know, two gateways into Los Gatos. You know, let's not choke it anymore. I'm concerned about the traffic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Citizen Ray?
Nice to see you all, particularly without Machichi here. I hope he's doing all right, whatever his situation is, but I never thought he was here for the right reason, okay? So anyway, first thing, story poles. There's a mark on the story poles, Mr. Bourgeois. They're at 35 feet, but there's a mark there in green at 27 foot. So you can see how out of scale, how horrendous these 27-foot towers are. I mean, they gave up 8 foot, but so what? They're still unreal for the area, the neighborhood, and everything else, okay? They are a signature Rodriguez project. You go back down to the shopping center at the corner of Los Gatos and Blossom Hill Road. And what do you have? A phallic symbol, stiff and upright, okay? Ken Rodriguez. We come to this, what do we have? 3 phallic symbols, stiff and upright, okay? 2 27-foot, 1 25-foot. That's what they're offering. That's the reduction. Isn't that wonderful? Going and speaking of Rodriguez, you know, his aforementioned shopping center is an abomination, in my opinion, for the parking, if for no other reason. The cars are so tight. You sit in that coffee shop, and time after time, people will suddenly stand up to see if their cars are going to be hit, as they look through the windows and see the traffic going on there. It is an abomination. And here, what do we have for this project? A similar situation. The plans call for 8.5 by 18 unistall as the city standard, but yet the plans show 16 foot. They cheat by 2 feet, okay? And nobody has called that. And it's just another rehash of what this Rodriguez guy has done to the other end of town, okay? It's a very small lot, 1 lousy acre. 1 lousy acre. And they want to put these humongous retail buildings in there and cheat on the parking to do so. It is 4 pounds of you-know-what shoved into a 2-pound box just to make a dollar bill. That's all. The modern-day money changers are here in the audience tonight with 30 pieces of silver, and they're looking for a Judas. They're looking for a Judas up there. Okay? Which one of you is going to be the Judas?
Thank you. Karen Lekisham?
name is Karen LeCashman, and I live at
excuse me.
15140 Leicester. I have concerns about the large size, the scale, the short setbacks, and the impact on the nearby community, including the traffic congestion, the noise. I have real issue with the 9-foot setback. That's not, or whatever, the 6 to 9-foot setback not complying with the 15-foot setback. It makes the building feel too large and overwhelming, and as the town's consulting architect Larry Cannon noted in his report, Office Depot is set back with a substantial plaza area between the building and the street, and most major development along the east side of the Los Gatos Boulevard makes the building feel excessively large and imposing, and his recommendation is to provide a landscaped setback along the majority of the site frontage equal to the grass setback that currently exists, and I support his position. And we're opposed to the zoning changing from a CH to a CHPD to avoid this requirement. I know there's been discussion about Larry Cannon's recommendations, and I don't entirely understand the process that occurred. That wasn't clearly communicated in the reports. But I also have issues with the northwest corner of Larry Cannon. Also, he recommends a redesign of the northwest corner of the main structure to eliminate the awkward faux tower condition. And generally, we agree with his change, and I'd like to see this incorporated into the design. I don't understand how that was modified to the satisfaction of the architect, Larry Cannon. My first reaction when I saw the story poles is that this is a monster building. Everybody I've spoken to has that same reaction. I realize it's been scaled down. It's hard for me to visualize without an adjustment to the story poles what this is going to actually look like. But some of the reactions is just it overwhelms the lot. It's massive. It's out of place. Generally, the reaction is negative. And I don't think this is a good design or a desirable reaction for the gateway to our community. I don't oppose development on the site, but feel strongly that it needs to be scaled down. I think monster structures like these overwhelm the lot and tax the nearby community with traffic congestion and noise, along with other concerns that have been expressed. I don't want the commercial development to adversely impact my property value or quality of life. I think we live in a small, quaint community, and I'd like to keep it that way. I don't want us to transform into a Stevens Creek or an El Camino, which lacks charm and character. I think that's important to our community. And according to the Los Gatos Boulevard plan, it said the goals for the location is a type of development that should leave a strong impression. Hopefully that would be a positive one. So anyway, I'm done.
You wrap up? Yes.
And then another goal is to improve and unify the streetscape on both sides, and I don't believe the current proposal achieves this.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions? All right. And Lester, how close are you to what's your relationship?
Across the street, borders on the Office Depot.
Thank you. Okay, Amy Despars. Followed by Jan Olson and Jeffrey Scott and Rick Bowden. You, what?
My name's Amy Despars. I'm a parent in the community. I'm a teacher in the community.
Wait a minute. You know what? I'm going to ask you to use the microphone, and I'll tell you why, Amy. It's Ms. Despars. It's because we're recording what you're saying.
Okay, my voice gets so scratchy when I'm on a microphone. I'm a parent in the community. I'm a teacher. The reason I'm pointing out that I'm a teacher, I'm very aware of kids riding bikes to school, walking to school, and they do use that intersection. The traffic at that intersection is horrendous. Just the other day, I watched a man have to get off of his bike because cars are allowed to park right there where this will be. So this is parking on the boulevard side. He had to get off of his bike and either get onto the sidewalk or wait for the traffic to go around. I don't feel children should have to do that. I feel also with the building so close to the sidewalk, it isn't safe. If two kids have to get on the sidewalk to ride their bike because it's not safe to get to that intersection and one weaves, they're going to hit their head right on that building. It is very close. So that is my biggest concern, is safety. Traffic is the other concern. Today, I left Oka Road, turned left on Lark Avenue at 4 o'clock. I had to sit at the Oka Road light for 2 lights before I could get through, heading towards this building. So we already have that much traffic at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. What's it going to be like when it's a restaurant, an evening restaurant that people are going to get dinner or what have you? I think the traffic is just horrendous in that area, and this is really going to impact it. So I hope you really take a look at that. I also think aesthetically, if you look at the place no one wanted to go in, where the video store is, no one wanted that there, but now when you look, it has a setback, there's grass in front of it, there's trees that blossom in front of it, it looks beautiful year-round. I feel with so close to the sidewalk, it isn't an entrance into Los Gatos. You know, we're known for the beauty of our trees and how many trees we have. That's what we're looking at, not the beauty of a building. And really, if it is supposed to be a building that's supposed to represent Los Gatos, I would hope it would have some charm and some character to it, just like our town does, or even set back like Office Depot is. It needs to be set back. So I just hope you listen to our concerns. And on one last note, I have 3 children, 3, 8, and 10. Every time we drive by that, they go, "Why is that building so big in that little spot?" So, you know, it's not just adults that see it, children see it too. So I hope you take into consideration some of the things everyone here, actually probably half the crowd here, would have to say.
Thank you. Are you finished? Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do we have any questions? Commissioner Kane.
Question of staff. That's the east side of Los Gatos Boulevard, I think. Are cars allowed to park on from the driveway to Office Depot down to the south end of the property?
I'm not sure. I know they are further south, but in that zone, I don't remember a red curb there. I don't know if there are signs saying.
It's certainly interesting. Whatever we do with this project, we should look into that.
It's a good
Thank you.
And one last thing also, that is a blind corner. So when children are coming up to that light, a car could be turning the corner quickly or coming out of Office Depot. You know how many people run red lights in this town. So it is a very dangerous blind corner. And we ride our bikes and we walk to Office Depot. And it was fine before, but now there's definitely some problems there. So thank you.
I do have a question. And your street, Long Ridge, what's your relationship as far as distance to the property?
Do you know the park behind there?
Yes.
My backyard backs up to that park. I'm on Long Ridge Road, so it runs parallel to that park.
Okay. Were you notified for a meeting with the developers of this project?
Well, I was through the neighborhoods. We have a neighborhood Yahoo page and mass email that we do, but I was unfortunately unable to make that meeting.
Okay. But you were contacted. Thank you.
Yes, we were. Thank you.
Okay, Citizen Ray, that'll be enough. Jan Olson, followed by Jeffrey Scott, followed by Rick Bowden.
Hi, I'm Jan Olson. I live at 15189 Lester Lane. My property backs up to the Office Depot. I can see the story poles from this building from my home, from inside my home. I was involved with the charrette. Back in 1994, they had a charrette for Los Gatos Boulevard. I was involved in that. It was very interesting because of the Office Depot. We were very involved with the development of the Office Depot, how it was going to look, the setback, the size, everything, because we were also affected. Therefore, I was also involved with the Los Gatos Boulevard plan. I look at this building and keeping in mind with all the things we went through with Office Depot to get the size, to get the setback, to get the plaza, to get that, the first reaction is this is just a monster building. It just is. It's large. It's proportionately, it's unproportional for the space, for the amount of space. On the plan, the Los Gatos Boulevard plan, under the goals, it says, number 4, to encourage a compatible relationship between proposed and existing development. Proportionately, the size of this building for its space versus the Office Depot or Ace Hardware, which is on the other side, this takes up a lot more space like I said, proportionally. My second thing, number two, is traffic has been really, really poorly, very badly impacted from the Starbucks subway that went in down on Samaritan. It backs the traffic up now to Lark, up Los Gatos Boulevard. Trying to get out of Camino del Sol, which is on the medical building right on the other side of the Office Depot, 2:30 in the afternoon, you can't get out. The traffic is so impacted just from that. I would like to, I know that there has not been a traffic study done on this project, but based on what is going on just from that little subway Starbucks, I would request that there is a traffic study done, what the impact is going to be, because the traffic, like I said, now has just gotten, it's horrendous. It's amazing. Keep thinking I'm going to call Gary Roadshow. Number three is I'm concerned about the parking. I know there's 59 parking spaces. How many of those are going to be used by employees? Are they going to be parking in that space, or are they going to be over in the Office Depot? I back up to the Office Depot parking lot. It's always wonderful at back to school time because, and when they bring the trucks in and everything else, I'm concerned that that's where they're going to end up parking, and we're going to be hearing people leaving it late at night when the businesses and the restaurants close. The other thing is I would also request that the story poles do get changed to accurately reflect this the new proposed sign. I thank you for bringing the size down on that. I appreciate that.
Would you wrap up? Are you finished?
I'm basically finished. So
Okay. Do we have any questions of the speaker? Commissioner Kane.
Ms. Olson, you'll be happy to know I got a copy of your work, A Vision for Los Gatos.
I have a T-shirt with that too.
You were on team number 7, Los Gatos is a family destination.
Yes.
Is that right? And you designed the giant cat that we were going to drive under?
I did not personally.
Has that, what happened? That's a good plan. What happened to that?
You know, there were a lot of good plans that came out of that charrette, and I don't think many things happened from that. I think a lot of it had to do with the North 40, which just totally went.
I'm teasing you. This and this is an exciting document. Thank you for working on it.
Thank you.
Oh, I did have a question of you. I'm sorry. Before you sit down. Were you involved in the collaborative process that the developer spoke about as far as the neighbors are concerned?
He did come to see me at my home. When the story poles went up, I went to the planning department to find out more about what was going on and asked that I be put on the notification. And then, yes, he did come talk to me in my home. I was not part of the neighborhood meeting that he had, though.
All right. Thank you very much. Jeffrey Scott.
My name is Jeffrey Scott. I live at 249 Carlton Court. My home is located directly behind 15200 Los Gatos Boulevard. The proposed shopping center would be triple the size of the previous structures on the property. The intensity of this project and potential impact on our lives are far beyond anything that homeowners in the nearby neighborhood could have reasonably anticipated when we bought our homes. I find it interesting that three supporting letters you received came from a real estate development firm, a real estate broker, and a person who appears to have no relationship whatsoever to Los Gatos other than a peculiar interest in this project. There were no supporting letters from neighbors. One of my concerns about the project is the full-service restaurant and the nighttime noise it would create. Despite the developer's agreement to plant many trees in my backyard to soften the view, the shopping center's primary parking stalls would be approximately 20 feet from my house. That's the distance from me to you guys. 2 of my bedrooms would actually be closer to the central parking stalls than to my own driveway. The nighttime impact of car stereos, car alarms, the slamming of car doors, and loud engines on my family's quality of life could be enormous. And it's not just my family. Many neighbors could be affected by the noise. For instance, entrances to the parking lot are right behind 2 of my neighbors. Every customer driving in and out of that lot would come within a few feet of their properties. I'm requesting whatever gets approved that you stipulate hours for food service cannot extend beyond 7 p.m., which would likely result in noise until 8 p.m. Furthermore, I'm asking you to recommend the Town Council prohibit alcohol service in the shopping center due to its proximity to a residential neighborhood. You do not have to wait for a CUP to make that recommendation. I would also like to note, as I did in my letter, that the developer has told me several times his preferred food tenant would be a bakery or other QSR. If this is true, the requested stipulations would have little or no impact on his business. Without these stipulations, my neighbors and I could become the first residents near Los Gatos Boulevard to be impacted so dramatically by a restaurant. This is unprecedented. As noted in my letter, neighbors are shielded from the noise of existing full-service restaurants on the boulevard, and 2 of the restaurants close at 3 in the afternoon. Other eateries on the boulevard are fast food or QSRs that are tiny compared to the proposed restaurant space. While it might be happenstance that Los Gatos Boulevard doesn't have one single full-service restaurant right on top of a neighborhood, I don't think it's been a matter of luck. My guess is the Planning Commission has been presented with proposals over the years and has established a precedent that respects the livability of houses near the boulevard. My only request tonight is that you uphold that precedent. My letter lays out the legal support for this request. Excuse me. I know the town's general plan can be interpreted many ways by many people, but one thing is crystal clear. The general plan explicitly prohibits projects that would have an adverse impact on a residential neighborhood. Bottom line, this project is just too gigantic for too small a space. Thanks.
Excuse me. Okay. Does anyone have a question? Commissioner Bourgeois?
Thank you for your letter and your comments. I obviously spent time on the site, but I also drove down your court and looked at the view from, proximity of your driveway. I was curious how long you've been in your house, and were you there when there was a Flames restaurant? And I'd also like for you to discuss any impacts you experienced from the auto dealership or Flames.
I've been in my house about 2 years, right around the time of the explosion thereabouts, so I've only lived there when there was a auto mall there. I was not there when the Flames restaurant was there. But again, I understand that both the Flames restaurant and the auto mall structure were about 1/3 the size of what's going in there. So the amount of noise, the amount of traffic, everything going in and out of that lot was 1/3 the intensity that they're proposing for this lot. As far as the impacts from when the auto mall was there, frankly, it was minimal. I mean, you just don't get a lot of foot traffic. You don't get a lot of people going in and out of a car dealership. And there was no work allowed there. It was strictly a sales lot. So I didn't have a lot of impact from the auto mall.
So I'd like to follow-up question on that. So the cars that were parked was back when it was the auto mall, and I noticed that they parked cars.
Along the back stalls by our property was actually the dealership cars that were for sale. So customers were not parking back there.
Okay, so it wasn't a constant.
No, I've never had people customers slamming doors and getting in and out of cars all day long,
Right.
20 feet from my bedroom.
Were you involved in the collaborative process that the
Yes.
developers talked about? Okay.
Yes, I was.
All right.
Although I should add that the staff, when this was originally scheduled for the 14th of this month and it got changed at the last minute to the 28th of this month, the staff chose not to re-notify the neighborhood. And so I think the fact that there's 30 or 40 people here is pretty incredible, despite the fact that the staff didn't come through like they should for the people.
Okay. Let's see, I had another question for you. Do you see any compromise at all? I know you wanted the 7 o'clock restaurant time. Is there another compromise?
I've asked the developer was very willing to work with me when it came to trees because that wouldn't affect his bottom line. I appreciate his willingness to do that, to shield my view. But whenever we raise the issue of anything that would affect his bottom line, square footage, hours of operation, alcohol permit, anything that would affect his bottom line, he refused to talk about that. Very polite. We have a cordial relationship, but he refused to talk about that.
I see. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions? No. Thank you. Rick Bowden, followed by Mark von Canel. Canel.
Okay, my name's Rick Bowden, and I actually live right here.
Okay.
And a lot of what Jeff has talked about, I'll talk to, if you don't mind, just start off answering your question. I've lived there for 13 years. So I was there during the days of the Flames. And that restaurant was not busy. I mean, I don't know what the square footage was, 3,400 or something like that. The parking was not near our property. It was always up near the building. Some of the biggest problems we had with the restaurant back there was the after hours, not so much the hours of operation, but when they came in and cleaned their carpets at 1 o'clock in the morning and had their cleaning after hours, it was horrendous. And as a matter of fact, another noise that was a real problem was the pickup of the garbage. Now, the garbage right now is proposed to be at the same end of the building as it was during the Flames, except the building's bigger now. It's even closer to my house. One of the things that I thought about when we're talking about the 10-foot setback versus a 6-foot setback on the north side is maybe the garbage could be moved around to the north side of the building so that it wouldn't have an impact, as much of an impact. Because when that truck starts backing up to pick up the dumpsters, it sounds like they're backing into my bedroom. And I'd actually called the garbage company at the time and complained about it, but there's no control over when they pick up the garbage. So the flames, everything's just going to get moved closer to my house with this, and the traffic. I mean, everybody talks about the traffic at Hollywood Video. I don't want the Hollywood Video in my backyard. It's hard to get in and out of those small spaces, so people are going to be moving around forward and reverse. You're going to hear them shifting gears and trying to get in and out of the spaces. If it's anything like Hollywood Video, they're going to be backed up idling, waiting to get into those parking spaces. And we live in our backyard. You know, so during the summer months, the spring months, and the fall, we're not going to hear the kids playing. We're going to hear the noise of the traffic going in and out of that parking lot. So I mean, and I called a friend of mine owns the restaurant Viva. That's about the size of Viva they're talking about here. And we're not. And I was involved in the meetings when you get to that question, and nobody wanted to talk about what kind of restaurant was going to go in here. You know, so maybe a full-service alcohol 100-seat restaurant the size of Viva that closes at 11 o'clock and has noise in the parking lot until midnight. We don't want that. You know, so I don't know how that gets mitigated, whether you make the restaurant smaller, you specify the types of restaurants. But if we allow, and I love Viva, and I love that restaurant, but I don't want it 20 feet behind my house. And I don't want all the traffic running in and out that's going to go in and out of there at all times of the day and night. So I guess that sort of wraps up my thoughts. A lot of the other people have said, and I know some more people that are coming that will say more things that I would tend to agree with.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any questions for the speaker? No, we don't. Thank you. Mark Van Kennel, if I pronounced that wrong.
Mark Von Canel.
Kennel, thank you.
I happen to live at 245 Carlton Court. That's on the south corner here. One thing I want to point out, there's also a bus stop right on this property by that driveway as well, which I'm sure would impact the people out in that cafe area that they're talking about, outside seating area. Not only do I have a concern about the possible loss of property values and the negative impact of the immediate homes in the surrounding neighborhood, but I'm also very concerned about the intensity of the project and the congestion it's going to add to an intersection that already has one of the highest rates of traffic accidents in town. In addition, one of the highest traffic counts in town. Again, to reiterate what some of my neighbors have said, this project is going to be very similar to the Hollywood Video project, and there are no other projects like this that back directly up to a residential center. There's no doubt that when we all bought here, I've been there for 10 years now, we happen to back up to Ace Hardware, listen to the delivery, and we hear traffic all day long. It's no secret with that. But the intensity and the size of this is what we oppose. We would love to have a very nice development here. We have no problem with that. But 10,000 square feet, the hours of operation, the type of use that they're talking about is just going to significantly impact further congesting the noise and traffic issues that we have there. That's pretty much all I have to say. Everything else has been said. But again, I think the neighborhood is aware that we need to have something there. We want to have something there, just not as big. Let's get something that works with everybody.
Okay.
Also, I do want to point one more thing out, and I'm not sure how relevant this is, but in the packet on this property, I found a council agenda report as of November 21st, 05. This was after the explosion, and it states the building, when on the rebuild of the building shall be similar in size to previous building. A minor amount of additional floor area may be approved. The additional floor area shall not generate more than a minor traffic impact as defined by the town traffic impact policy. And another item on here says the building location shall be similar to previous structure. That's all.
Okay, do we have any questions of the speaker? Yes, Commissioner Kane.
Can I borrow that piece of paper?
Sure.
Okay, have it reflected in the minutes that we're being handed a piece of paper. An agenda from, what is that from? Commissioner Kane, what is that?
I was thinking this was the urgency ordinance.
It is the urgency ordinance.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Oh, he left. I just wanted to ask you one question. It's a question I've asked everybody. Were you involved in the collaborative process with
We were, and I'll say the same thing. The height was initially obviously a concern, but other than the concession we were given on the height and the trees, there was always a runaround about the tenants, and I'm in real estate. I've been rural for 15 years, so
okay.
I understand about the usage on it.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Smythe.
Hi, thank you. I'm Michael Smythe. I live at 17151 Pine Avenue in Los Gatos. And I would like to speak in favor of this project. I think that this project represents a huge improvement of what already exists on Los Gatos Boulevard. I mean, I'd like to bring to everybody's attention here tonight that we have a beautiful ex-burger pit right down the street on Los Gatos Boulevard, which is an eyesore I drive by every day. The building that was here before, the Three Flames, if you remember, was not a beaut. You know, there was nothing beautiful or nice about that building or distinctive. It was a failure as a restaurant. They went out of business. It became a used car lot. I just think we all need a little dose of reality here. I'm very sensitive to the fact that the people that live close to this, there's going to be some more traffic generated. But, I mean, that's the way the world works. I mean, the expense of land in Los Gatos for a developer to improve a piece of land, he needs a required minimum amount of square footage in order to survive. And development in this town is what brings in tax dollars and what brings in business to this town. You know, I personally think that the building is distinctive. It is beautiful. It brings a European flair. European buildings are closely set to the sidewalk. There's a nice patio area that there's talking about. There's no pedestrian traffic out here now. Let's face it, nobody hangs out in front of Office Depot. Nice plaza. I mean, let's get real. This is a beautiful building. It's the gateway as you enter from the north end of town. It has rock. It has Spanish-style roof. You know, quite frankly, it sure beats a Three Flames or a used car lot. And I think it's a huge improvement. As a former auto dealer, I know that a lot of the Planning Commission has been talking about the interest in keeping automobile use on this lot. I can tell you from my expert opinion that there isn't a dealership that's going to try and survive on a 9/10 of an acre lot. What you're going to end up with is a used car lot, if that's even in your minds, as far as keeping this use as an auto use. I think you're definitely, you're fantasizing about that. It's the work that they've done with the trees. They've come down 22.8% in height. So if you can imagine, 22.8% is almost a quarter. So when you look at those storyboards, think of that. It's almost a 25% reduction in height. And I think they've done a wonderful job. They've collaborated with the neighbors. The use, who knows? You know? Who knows what the use is going to be?
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? I will ask you the same question I've asked all these speakers, and is that where's your residence in relationship
I
to
live
this?
on Pine Avenue, right off of Los Gatos Boulevard, between Kennedy and Shannon Road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, David Green is my last speaker card on this item.
My name is David Green. I live at 16990 Frank Avenue and live exactly 1 mile away from this development. I would like to add one comment about traffic. I attended a meeting by the architect for the proposed development at the junction of Blossom Hill and Los Gatos Boulevard. That development has got retail stores and also apartment-like buildings for people to buy. It will probably increase the traffic flow very significantly by hundreds of cars a day because they're talking about a very high density. And so the situation is going to get even worse at the junction of Locke Avenue. And I think you should take this into account, not just what is there now, but in 6 to 9 months from now, there may be another large influx of traffic. I'd like to now talk a little bit more generally. I've attended several of these meetings. I've also
Excuse me, is this about the application in front of us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And in each case, the drawings that are provided, the story polls, the architect's reports, and the engineering reports are all out of date. This seems to be here as well. It's really not fair to the people to not have the latest information when you come to this sort of meeting, because this is where it's set in stone. It's also not fair to the developers. They are trying to wave their hands and say it's going to be this, this, and this. I think it's time for the Planning Commission to ask the staff to provide them with up-to-date information, including correct height of story poles. Finally, I think it's also going to increase I've become very sensitive now to environmental effects. With this increase in traffic, we're going to reach a cliff. When you reach that cliff, there's going to be cars sitting there most of the day with smoke pouring out of their exhausts. And I think we've got to start to consider the effect that will have on the local neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? None. All right. Commissioners, I'm going to call back the applicant. And state your name, sir, and you have 3 minutes.
Tony Marisi, applicant. Some of the questions that were raised was the size and height and were the poles marked out there. The poles were remarked. Someone mentioned that they were more remarked with green. That's what we were told to do by several people in the town of Los Gatos. The setback issue, I addressed that a little earlier. We did an averaging of it, which is acceptable in most areas. The tower on the corner was redesigned in shape and form, as Mr. Suda stated, and Mr. Cannon, I think, signed off on it, so it's not a tall, slender one. The traffic report has been done. Your staff did it, or third party, we did not do it, and the traffic report speaks for itself. I'm not a traffic engineer, so I don't want to speak to that. As far as the PD is concerned, we were told by the CRDC and staff that we should come in with a PD because of the auto mall issue. At that time, the auto mall issue was a hot item, and we were told, please, all possible auto-related properties should go through the PD so they could go through Planning Commission and City Council. So please ask your staff about that. We did not initiate the PD per se. We were told to do that because of the auto issue. The architecture, people say the architecture is not appropriate. We have 4 different varied roofs. We don't have it up there, but anyway. We have 4 different varied roofs up there. It gives you a different scale. It gives you a camaraderie of 3 or 4 different buildings at one time. It is not one solid roof facing Los Gatos Boulevard, as you can see. You've got 4 different elevations there. It almost looks like 4 buildings. We were told to do that again when we met with the CRDC. We were also told, do not duplicate Office Depot. We do not want another Office Depot here. We have done that, we think. We have stayed away from it. We also asked about the patio area that is not used at Office Depot, and they said, well, we would consider the possibility of having a more friendly streetscape and moving it up. So this is what we have brought to you. It may not meet with all your standards, but that's what we were told, and we have followed that. As far as the uses, we feel we should be treated the same as everyone else who has the retail zoning in the area, and we don't think we should be singled out for any specific thing other than what your ordinance is allowed for. As far as the different uses, we do not have any tenants because of the town of Los Gatos. We felt that it was not appropriate to go out and seek out tenants until we had an approved plan because there's a lot of false starts when you do that. So we have not done that. So we do not have a tenant and cannot specifically tell the neighbors exactly what's going in there. We will obviously abide by the ordinances of the town of Los Gatos. Parking, I go back to the treescape. We were told by the neighbors, please move the building as far away as you can from the neighbors, and we did. And the parking, these trees that were put in there, there are 3 lines. We added an additional line on Mr. Scott's property, and we also put in some additional larger trees to make a 3-line landscape area along the back property line.
Okay, thank you. I think you should stay there. Commissioners, do you have questions at this time? I see Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
You have an exhibit which is Exhibit L, and it shows the alternative plan in the event that your 15-year easement terminated and was not renewed. And if I understand it correctly, and that's what my question to you is, do I understand it correctly? You'll have one driveway, one street entrance and exit. People will go in, do a U-turn, and come back out the same exit. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Tell me how it works then.
it's called a T or a hammerhead. There will be a hammerhead, which is basically like that. So you go in, you would pull in the parking place, do a 3-turn, and come back out again. As far as the easement goes, Mr. O'Donnell, we negotiated with Office Depot at length. They would not give a permanent easement. They gave us a 15-year easement, and they gave us a right to renegotiate it, but it's a mutual agreement issue. We also asked for a right of first refusal on the property. So we think with those three, under normal circumstances, we should do it. I cannot assure that. That's why the plan was developed by the staff, et cetera, that we would have an alternative if for some reason it was not granted in the future.
Let me just follow up.
Yeah, yes, please do.
Just to make sure, again, that I understand it. I had said there was a turnaround, and you've indicated it's a hammerhead thing where you pull in, back up, and then come out. I guess my point wasn't quite how you turn around, but I appreciate your answer. My point, I guess, is just to verify, this property originally had 2 driveways.
That's correct.
It's going out. We now have essentially 2 driveways because of the easement.
Correct.
You're planning for the eventuality, which you hope will never occur, that if you lost the 15-year easement, you would only have one entrance and exit, right?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to
Yes.
pin that.
Now, if I may explain?
Sure.
Yes. We had our own traffic engineer, because the town does their own traffic, but we had our own traffic engineer looked at it, and he looked at that and he said, well, it's a safer situation with one driveway. You need to get rid of the driveway closest to the intersection there. He said, that's a hazard. He says, even if you had 2 driveways, I would recommend you not do that. You should go to the one driveway.
Any other questions? I have a question, and that's about your parking spaces.
Yes.
It's a well-known fact that the Hollywood, I can't, what is that thing?
Hollywood Video.
Thank you, Hollywood Video. I hate to say it's the shopping center, that's not what it's called, but it's a well-known fact that those parking spaces are quite narrow.
Right.
What is the intention of the parking spaces of this development?
We think we met the standards. I'm not an architect, but we think we met the standards of the town of Los Gatos.
Will they be the same as the Hollywood Video?
I can't answer that question to you. I mean, I can do some work on it, and I wouldn't want to give you an answer that I don't know. So,
all right.
But the other issue is that with the tree diamonds, which were put in there for to assist the neighbors to have additional landscape area, the diamonds also allow for a couple of extra parking places, which would ease the situation. I think someone has the answer for you.
Okay.
18.5 by 8.
Okay.
With a 3-foot overhang, which is about 2 feet larger than the office.
Is that wider?
Wider, correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Kane?
With respect to that 18 feet, 5 inches or 6 inches, someone earlier said it was really 16 feet. Is there anything to that?
18.5 by 18 feet. There's a 3-foot overhang on the stall.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? No other questions. All right. I will thank you very much, and I'll close the, oh, wait, we have another question. Commissioner Kane. Is it for Mr. Marici?
Yeah, lots of bits and pieces. Tell me about the bus stop.
There is an existing bus stop there. Thank you for bringing, I forgot to get that one. There is an existing bus stop there. We were just recently notified that VTA would like their standard, which is you put I think it's a 30-foot, if I'm not mistaken, a 30-foot concrete pad there where the buses come up and stop.
Excuse me. What?
It's not an indent? It doesn't indent?
No, VTA didn't call for that, no.
So they're going to stop?
That's the way they do now. There's a parking.
Well, there's nothing there now.
Commissioner Kane, yeah, well, there is an area there that's a kind of a right-hand turn lane that goes into Office Depot, and there's a parking area there. The bus stop is within that parking area at present. Okay. And what we were asked to do is put a 30-foot standard bus stop. I think it's 30 feet. Is that correct? 30 feet, which would be marked bus stop, so there would be a 30-foot area
That would
there.
be opposite the patio dining area?
Be just a little before that. It would probably be, it'd be a little before that, not right at the drive.
Before meaning north or south?
Be south. Be a little further south. About the end of between the end of the building, and it'd probably encroach a little a portion of the building. I can't measure it exactly, but it's a 30-foot cut that you do, and you put cement in there, and that's your bus stop area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing now and turn this over to the commission for some discussion. And I'd like for the commission, I'm sure you did visit the site and also look at the boulevard plan objectives. And I'd like us to have this discussion with that in mind. Mr. Suda had asked that we also look at this building and with the question of, is this a gateway building? Is it what they were going for on the boulevard? And that would take into consideration design standards that would include things like, and I took the liberty of writing them down to remind myself, if I may, to project the essence of Los Gatos, its small-town character, its modest, tasteful gateways, composed of a monument or a majestic or appropriate kind of signage of buildings that are human scale, low to medium profile, incorporating material colors, and original and uniquely Los Gatos, scaled to the site. And the placement of the building, it was made a point about being site sensitive, and also 360-degree architecture, and that the structure and architectural elements should dignify and add presence to the building. So, Commissioner Bourgeois.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the chair and maybe staff as well as what our options are here, because if I understand correctly, the way the staff report reads is we're just making a recommendation to council. What are our other options as far as remanding back to staff, approval, denial? What exactly are our options?
Staff, I've been calling you to answer that.
Sure. This is if you were to take an action to forward it to the council, it would be a recommendation for approval or a recommendation for denial, or a hybrid, a recommendation with some modifications via some change conditions of approval. If there are changes you would like to see to the plans or further study on certain elements you would like to see, that can be continued and directed that the applicant staff study those modifications, and it will be continued to a specific date for a future planning commission meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Rice, I look like you wanted to speak first.
Yeah, I'm a little perplexed at this. I'm concerned that we might be victims of getting too much information. Just to clarify, what we're dealing with is the PD and not ANS, not architecture and site. However, in the PD, for example, if we said we want to cut the size by 30% and abide by the setbacks, those would become conditions of the PD. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I know where I'm going, because my concern here is that I think that the definitions of a gateway building and being compatible with the neighborhood may be somewhat mutually exclusive here. It's a really weird piece of property, and I'm not sure where I'm going to go with this from a there's no question that the piece of property is a gateway to me, but I would be more swayed by neighborhood compatibility and taking care of what's in close proximity than I am to a building that makes a statement, so to speak, because a building that makes a statement is probably going to be larger than I'm going to be comfortable with there.
Or not.
Or not. I don't know, because I haven't seen enough architecture yet that sways me. So I'll throw that out on the table for my fellow commissioners to ponder, but that's kind of what is running through my head. If that tells you anything, I don't know.
Yes, I hope.
Madam Chair, just to make sure that it was clear on the record in response to the question raised about the difference between architecture and site issues and PD issues, there are PD is a zoning approval, and there are basic zoning limitations or requirements that you can impose as conditions on the project, such as height limitations, setback limitations, number of story limitations, and things of that nature that are common in zoning and don't necessarily implicate the design of the project from an architectural standpoint.
Can I follow?
Yes, you may, Commissioner Rice.
One of the things that strikes me, no matter what gets put there at some point, is one of the members of the public brought up regarding delivery trucks. Can we limit the size of the delivery trucks that would be used on this on the site?
No.
I mean, you're not going to get an 18-wheeler in there no matter what you do, but can you put that in conditions that you don't get huge trucks in there?
Well, I would ask the same question.
We've had this discussion on other projects. Warn you when we're discussing conditions that are going to be very difficult to implement, and that would be difficult for us to implement. We would go through the process of warning the tenants. If we did get those delivery trucks, we would send out a warning. We could do administrative citations, but without an officer on the site at all times. That's a difficult one to.
I understand that, but I think about Cornerstone, and people came in and were talking about the trucks that were parking on that street. And you know what? I haven't seen many trucks parked back there lately, and I go down there a lot. So, I mean, it's their ox that's being gored, and if they see trucks that aren't permissible, my question was, can we? I'm not sure whether it's prudent to. I just want to know if we can.
You can impose conditions regarding size of trucks, conditions that require that trucks not be allowed to idle for any, specific, beyond a specific period of time. Traffic plans that dictate, entrance and exiting of vehicles, locations for vehicles and things of that nature. But, Mr. Suda is correct. It is very difficult to monitor such detailed conditions, particularly when it comes to the size of the truck.
I understand that.
But we can certainly try, of course.
Okay. And one last question. It's more formality for the audience. My understanding would be that when an ANS application comes, we would see new story poles out there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
To follow up with the truck issue, I know because now I'm thinking more along the lines of garbage trucks than delivery trucks. Is there ever a time, am I right in thinking that there's a chance that garbage cans could be manually taken off of site if a truck were to park in another, especially a big garbage truck? Has that ever happened?
I don't know, and I honestly don't know, and I have to say that you are probably talking about an area that's controlled by the franchise agreement between the Joint Powers Authority that involves the town and the trash hauler regarding how they pick up trash, the kind of equipment they use, and of course the rates that they charge for doing so. But you can, of course, dictate the location of receptacles on site and the access to those receptacles.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kane.
I want to follow up on Commissioner Rice's line of thought. It sounds like we're moving toward a motion, and I find the whole PD concept sometimes to be clear as mud, because we say we can't do this, but you have to comply with anyway. We are going to approve a zoning change. We're being asked to approve a zoning change. That's what's before us. And we're taking it from commercial to commercial PD, which means it's not commercial anymore. It's now governed by whatever the PD says for the future. And we can put in conditions that in the future projects must comply with the general plan, commercial design guidelines, Los Gatos plan, etc. And that the height and the design and the whatever will be subject to a future ANS? So that's not really before us right now. Is that correct?
Let me just reiterate, you are essentially correct, but let me just reiterate the point I raised earlier. You are not obligated under the PD process to set height standards, to set, well, you probably do have to set setback standards because you have to locate the building and the roads, but you're not obligated to set height standards or other things that may direct the appearance, size of the building other than the footprint, but you can do so. And that's not necessarily architectural approval. You can
So
do
that
as
if
part
I
of the
wanted to
PD.
make an exception to the commercial design guidelines of Los Gatos Boulevard plan, I could do so in a PD if I felt they were not adequate for the potential project. Yes?
Well, the commercial design guidelines are guidelines that have been adopted as a matter of policy by the town. So it is basically the council's statement to the commission that these are the standards that should apply to all development, whether it's a PD or an otherwise allowed development.
I'll never get a yes or a no from an attorney. What I'm trying to say is if I feel the general plan, the commercial design guidelines, Los Gatos Boulevard plan are adequate to 95% of the question, I can stipulate that and then tweak them as part of the PD process. Yes?
Well, you're not being specific enough, so I'll say no, if that makes you feel any better. What I'm trying again to reiterate for the commission is that you have land use approval regarding the basic zoning elements, and to some fine degree, location, tree location, things of that nature. But with regard to the design of the building and the other factors that are dictated by by plans that have been adopted by council as policy, it is my recommendation to the commission that you, to the greatest extent possible, which of course takes into consideration any exception language that those guidelines may have in them, apply those guidelines, because those are the standards that council has given you no matter what type of project you're looking at.
Okay, so that's the answer to my ANS. If I framed the same question and said CUP, would the answer be the same?
Well, the answer with regard to the guidelines would be the same, yes.
Yes. You said yes?
With regard to any neighborhood guide, any design guidelines that have been adopted by council.
What I'm trying to point out is regarding height, shape, weight, length, a lot of that can be decided in the future on when the ANS application comes in. Regarding the type of restaurant, the hours, the noise, liquor, whatever, that can be decided in the future by the CUP. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
I'm going to quit.
Citizen Ray, no. Don't make me do it again. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Let me just state for the record that that a member of the audience, Ray Davis, also known as Citizen Ray, just yelled out from the audience, disrupted the meeting. He has been given a warning, I understand, by the chair.
Second warning.
Better make it the first.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, Commissioner.
I just have a few distinct comments to make. It looks like it is a somewhat difficult project because of the tension between the neighbors at the back and the setback that I think the property deserves in the front. And I've heard the explanation, and I can understand why somebody might be driven to that. That notwithstanding, I think the setback is not adequate. I went out and looked at it. It is just too close to the street, so I could not support that setback. As far as the tree removal goes, that might solve the problem if the setback increases, because I share the sensitivity to removing that tree, but if the setback is what it ought to be, then the tree can remain. I'm also, it is also my belief that perhaps the diamond used for the planting as opposed to the finger may also be density driven. And to the extent that's the case, I'm not sympathetic to that. I've heard a broker's argument that it's the market that drives all this. That's not true, because when somebody buys in Los Gatos, they take the town the way it is. I like and I think there's a reason we have the finger for the planning as opposed to the diamond, and I understand there's pros and cons to that, but I see no reason to take that out because I think it makes the hardscape more visible than if you had the finger there. And then the fourth problem I have, fourth and last problem I have, is the easement. I'm very sympathetic with how successful the developer has been in negotiating with people who could basically say, why should we do anything for you? There's no reason why they should do it. And I think you've been very, very successful to get the 15 years. And you may indeed be successful in the future. The problem I've got, and I'm not sure you can solve it anyway, is if you don't have that driveway, we have a real mess there. And it's not a design mess because your idea of the turnaround, the hammerhead, is as good as it gets. And it wouldn't make any difference if you had two entrances there because, as you point out, the city doesn't like that anyway, and I agree with the city. So I'm very concerned approving something that in 15 years, I mean, the way what everybody's referring to as the Hollywood video, because it's easily called the Starbucks, that is a terrible parking lot. Terrible, but it has a front and a back. You can get in one and get out the other. To that extent, it would be better than if you get hammered by this, and you know it. So I'm not criticizing you for it, but it is a problem that I would be hesitant to simply pass off and say, not on my watch. And at my age, I think I can say that. So that troubles me greatly. You have no solution to that, and I don't blame you for that. And I'm not deciding on that, but I think we've paid short shrift to that problem. There is no solution to it. We don't have a solution to it. And therefore, if we approve this, particularly with the density of the project, I'd be very concerned what's going to happen in 15 years. So those are the four concerns that I have.
Commissioner Kane.
Well, I share Commissioner O'Donnell's concern. I wish I had a suggestion or a solution. Instead, I'd probably make a recommendation to the motion that we compound it further, and that's to consider the merits of making the southern access to the project be a one-way in only. One way in only. You can only turn right. You can't come back out. I thought that's what anyway. I'm thinking people who did come back out that way would try for the U-turn. And I drive that corner 2-3 times a day, and that would be very risky business. It's risky business enough to do it from Gateway when folks try to cut across to get to the left-hand turn to access Highway 17. So if we're going to have a driveway there, it's got to be one way in, I think. I'd open that up for discussion. And then if you lose the access from the other end, cars can go in, but they can't come back out. You can call it Hotel California. But when we get around to putting on conditions, I want to put that condition in. And also, I think you're going to make the motion, Steve. I hope you do. I want to consider the merits of talking about the blind corner, that whether or not the building is set back, and that would be one of my conditions, that it simply comply with the language or the architect's concerns, that when we talk about that corner, that maybe instead of it being, I don't want to design, I just want to talk about safety, that maybe instead of it being a right angle building, that be a 45-degree building, so that as people approach the right-hand turn to enter, or as people approach Los Gatos Boulevard to get back out, they'll have a more clear view of oncoming traffic. And I think it's even more important to consider the ability to have that view to pedestrians, children on bikes, etc. But the setback thing, I think, is the key issue. I know it's going to impact the size of the building, which impacts the profitability of the building, but that's a sticky point for me. If that's a 5-foot space, a big guy with a big dog is going to get hit by a car. It's not enough room. We've got to go for the full setback with landscaping along the, thank you, Commissioner Rice. We've got to go for landscaping in between the building and the street.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kane. Anyone else? I do have a comment as well. You know, because of the close adjacency that this development has to the residents and the neighborhoods around there, it says in our commercial design guidelines that large building users will be expected to design their projects to a smaller scale than might be standard practice in other communities. And that is something that we have to pay attention to. And I think with readjustments and some conditioning here, maybe we can approach something. I'm very concerned about the site sensitivity and in relationship to the neighbors. This building needs to integrate to its surroundings, and I don't see that happening. I'm very concerned about that. I just would like to maybe entertain a motion now.
I have one more question first.
You have one more question? Okay.
With regards to the findings, one of the required findings says that the exterior architecture is consistent with the town's commercial design guidelines. How specific do they have to be consistent with them
Well,
for us to make that finding?
does someone want to answer from the staff, or should I take a stab at it? I do want to address that as well. I forgot
Well,
that part.
I can't make that finding to make that motion, to make a motion right now.
Say that,
That's what I'm asking.
yeah.
I'm looking at Exhibit B for the findings. Well, I got two of them looking stuff up. That's pretty cool.
I'm sorry, I took your Yes, I did. Yeah.
I'm going to recommend that that finding is not required and does not need to be made at this time because you're not approving architecture for the site.
So okay.
Okay, does that apply to the next one of that it's required to be in compliance with the Los Gatos Boulevard plan?
I believe the Los Gatos Boulevard plan does have recommendations regarding how buildings should be used, located, and so on. It's a far more generalized statement of policy, and it's not a specific plan, so you don't have to, you're not legally required to make the findings, and I don't think you would have the same limitations because it's not directed right to architecture, but to placement of buildings.
We're going to attach some other conditions to it that would probably make it consistent, but
Again, I think you can address issues regarding the plan, the Boulevard plan, because the Boulevard plan is not really specific to architecture.
Got it. Did you get something before Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll make the motion.
Commissioner Wright.
Give this a shot. I'm going to move that we approve Plan Development Application PD 0605 and Negative Declaration ND 07-09. I can make the findings that the PD is, proposed zone change is internally consistent with the general plan and its elements. I would like to add to the conditions that the setback requirements be interpreted literally as opposed to on an average basis, that special care be taken to preserve tree 26 per the consulting architect's recommendation of a 10-foot setback from that tree. And I'll let it go for actually, and that the entrance on the south end of the project from Los Gatos Boulevard be designated as an entrance only. And I'll let that go for the moment.
Okay, do I have a second for that motion? And
Let me see if I can get the maker of the motion.
Okay, Commissioner Kane?
I'll second the motion. To the maker of the motion, if we need to, we should include Commissioner O'Donnell's concern with islands versus diamonds, because in the application, the applicant is requesting diamonds, or do we want to discuss that?
Do we need that now, or can that wait until ANS comes back?
My suggestion is that you provide direction on that now, because that is going to impact the ultimate size of the building.
Yes.
Then I'm fine with fingers.
As a seconder, I'm fine with fingers.
With the finger islands, yes.
With the finger islands.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell?
I don't want to build California Hotel. You've got to provide what happens in the event the 15-year easement runs out. You can't say you can only go in, but you can't come out. You can't do that.
It'll cut down the traffic.
It sure will.
Commissioner Kane?
It'll also be condemnation.
Okay.
I don't know that we can design that.
Well, can we say that?
Wait a minute.
A future
Excuse me,
stoplight?
commissioners, one at a time, because you all have important things to say, and I want to hear it too. So, okay, who wants, Commissioner Kane, Commissioner O'Donnell? Which one? Commissioner Rice?
I really ask you to the motion.
Can we make that an entrance only while there is an easement in existence? So if they get an extension on the easement, pardon me, the entrance only would be extended as well.
Okay.
I
Would you
agree
agree
with
with
that.
that? Commissioner Kane?
I'd like to, did you don't think you did. Do we need to address the blind corner concept? Or just give that as general guidance that it need not be a right angle, but rather a 45-degree to provide much greater vision to traffic coming in both directions?
I don't have a problem with that at all. But I'm wondering, can we have the ANS come back to us?
Yes, you can.
And I would like to do that,
Let's
if that's
stipulate
okay with
the ANS come back.
What a great idea. Why don't we
Okay,
stipulate that the
Commissioner-
ANS come back to us?
Commissioner Rice, Commissioner Kane,
Through the chair.
hello.
We agree.
Okay. So, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I have a comment, a couple of conditions that I'd like people to consider, and then maybe a question of staff, depending on how that goes. I'm actually not going to support the motion. I have a lot of concerns about the intensity of this project, and we're by changing the setbacks, we're changing the size of the building. By changing the parking configuration, we're going to be changing the intensity. And I'd like to see that again. So I would have preferred us to continue this, to have another look at it. But that being said, in case I'm in the minority, I would like to maybe put be a little more clear with the conditions, and that is that maintain minimum of a 10-foot setback along the north side, which was the arborist recommendation, and have a minimum of a 15-foot setback on the street side, which is the standard. So
I said the 15.
Okay, but I would like it to be 10, just to be clear.
I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with that
too.
And my question of staff then is landscape plan, is that more appropriate for ANS or
Yes.
CP?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Commissioner Bourgeois, can I just clarify, you would not support this motion? You would rather, we ran over that. and I
I'd
wanted to hear
rather
it.
continue it, and so we can, I mean, we're making suggested
Yes.
changes to the conditions,
Yes.
and that's going to change what the project looks
Yes.
like. And personally, I would have liked to have seen that again, instead of making the recommendations and then just sending it on its way. So.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
I think that line of reasoning is correct. I also, if I were the town council, I'd say, what do we have a planning commission for? Because what we're doing is we're saying, we're approving your project, but change everything. And now when you go before the town council, we don't know what you're going to do. We just know if the town council pays any attention to us, we have forced changes. To me, it makes a lot more sense to see what the changes would look like. On the other hand, we're telling the town council, we think these changes ought to be made. They could tell us, we don't think it needs any changes, in which case the proposal just gets adopted. So if I had my druthers, I suppose if we said what Commissioner Bourgeois is saying and the applicant didn't like it, they could just appeal it. Either way, they could get to the town council. I'm trying to be fair here. I think it makes a lot more sense to bring it back to us. On the other hand, the applicant may not agree with that and say, I've been there, done that, let's get on to the town council. I just want to make sure that if we should adopt Commissioner Bourgeois' suggestion, which I think is very logical, could the applicant, I guess they couldn't appeal it because we're telling them to redesign and there's nothing to appeal from. Is that correct?
If I, through the chair.
Please, thank you.
You can remand the application to staff, essentially continue the application for a specific period of time, continuing the public hearing, and then the applicant has a choice. The applicant can either comply with whatever direction you give and redesign, or the applicant can choose not to do so, in which event you can make whichever recommendation you wish to council, and the matter most likely would go on to council. And the reason I say most likely is if you recommend a denial, technically the applicant has to request the hearing before council. But eventually, yes, they do have that choice, but they don't have it immediately.
Can I just follow up?
Yes, you can.
Then I think, again, what Commissioner Bourgeois is saying is perhaps the only logical thing. We are supposed to look at these things and say how they fit from a planning standpoint. That's the only reason we're here. And to simply say, we're forcing you to make changes, but don't tell us what they are, and we're not going to look at them. We're going to give that to the folks who really should, in the first instance, look to the Planning Commission for their opinions, but we're not going to give them any opinions on the ultimate outcome. In a way, is abdicating what we're supposed to do. So I would say this, that I'm probably not going to vote for this either, on the basis that if the motion is defeated, I would imagine we'll come back with the motion that Commissioner Bourgeois is suggesting.
Commissioner Rice.
My thought here is one of trying to be somewhat expeditious for the applicant, too. What we're telling the council is we're okay with a PD there, and that there's going to be a building there, and that it's got to come back to us for A&S. So that being said, I think we're the ones who are going to look at the A&S anyway, not the council. They're just going to hopefully listen to what we had to say about the PD. That being said, if the rest of you are more inclined to continue it, I have no problem with that. I just think that it's going to add a couple of extra steps for the applicant that are probably going to get done and we're going to see anyway.
Commissioner Rice, I would probably not support your motion, only because I think the modifications we're asking for are so significant that it should come back. I mean, it should be continued. But Commissioner Bourgeois?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we're changing the intensity of the use, and I think that's an issue for the neighbors, for traffic, for parking, for disturbance, and I think we need to see that again.
Yeah. And I appreciate your motion. It was
I'll pull the motion.
Okay.
How's that? Make it easy.
All right, thank you. Seconder, would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So the motion for approval is now pulled.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
The motion has been withdrawn. I would suggest that the appropriate motion at this point would be to continue the matter to a date certain with direction, specific direction.
I was just going to say with very specific direction.
I would like to make that motion, and I would like for the direction to be the same as the conditions were on the previous motion.
Do we have those captured?
Yes, we do.
Okay. But I don't think we're finished with them, by the way, either. Go ahead.
What I've got recorded from the previous motion is that the front setback shall be 15 feet, and that tree 26 shall be preserved, and the setback from the tree shall be a minimum of 10 feet. The southerly entrance shall be an entrance-only driveway until such time as that northerly access agreement is terminated. That finger islands are required, and that architectural and site approval shall return to the Planning Commission.
And if I could, as the maker of the motion, clarify the one-way entrance, is that going to be analyzed by staff as the viability of that option? I mean, if there's some unforeseen traffic engineering issue that, we're not aware of up here.
Staff has looked at that, and it's okay to operate as an in only.
Okay, great.
We think that it's difficult to enforce, but it will operate fine.
Okay, thank you very much. And as far as the condition that just says save tree 26, I would like for all the trees that are recommended in the arborist report to be saved, so that the plan that we get is consistent with the CEQA document.
Okay, do I have a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner
I wanna add a
Kane.
condition.
And yes?
Through the chair to staff, Mr. Suter, do we need to add, to be guided and comply with the general plan, this commercial design guidelines, the Los Gatos Boulevard plan, or is that's an assumption? Do we need to, through the maker of the motion, do we need to add something about the blind corner? I don't think Mr. Suter read that back to us.
I did not read it back to you. I think it's partially addressed through the additional building setback at 15 feet. I think it's something we can evaluate as we are looking at the changes to the site plan.
I'll put it in that we're going to look at it. If it's indicated, then we'll try to take the sharp corner off to improve safety.
That's fine.
Would the maker of the motion accept another direction? Okay, my direction is, when I did drive down the boulevard from the north to the south, when I noticed that long, uninterrupted roof line that would be facing us, I'd like that to be, articulated a little more. That at the time, it was 130 feet.
That would be Arkansas, though, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's true. Okay, right, sorry. Okay. I'm afraid not to get all that in. We're going to call the motion right now. Okay, all those in favor of continuing, thank you.
Aye. Do we need a date certain?
None. And that is 5 in agreement.
Okay, you do need a date certain to continue the hearing. Mr. Suda.
Oh, I think probably a month.
I would suggest meeting of April 25th, 1 month.
Okay, does that work? Can we open the public hearing to ask?
You can do so. The commission is considering continuing the public hearing to April 25, 2007.
Is it appropriate not to ask for a continuance and ask for a vote?
You can put that on the record, but the commission has already moved to continue, and that's been approved, so.
I'd like on the record show we would ask for a vote,
Okay.
and if that's not appropriate, April 26th, I guess, is fine.
26th?
25th, April 25th.
Okay.
That-
So it's on the record now.
Okay, so we will see you back here on April 25th?
Need a motion.
If I understand the applicant correctly, and maybe I don't, it was as if no matter what we do, they may take the suggestion that the town attorney alternates, which is to say, I don't want to do it, in which case it goes up. And if that's the case, then giving them a month is just wasting everybody's time.
Correct.
So, and that is the clear indication we're getting. And I would suggest that that serves no purpose then to set it off a month unless we can't fit him in sooner than that.
Okay, so.
Can I ask, is it appropriate to appeal to the commission, to the council?
No, not at this point.
Not at this point.
Let me just raise one point. I hear what you're saying. You've made your decision about remanding, or not remanding, but continuing with direction. Generally, when the council sees an application and the commission has concerns, the council wants to try to give and ensure that the applicant has been given a reasonable amount of time to try to comply. It's possible that the applicant may not. It's also possible that the applicant may do so or may do so in part. So it seems appropriate, given how the council has reviewed other applications that have gone through the commission, that at least 1 month would be appropriate.
Okay, so I think our motion will stand, and all in favor of April 25th, bringing back this agenda item, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None.
And
Okay.
there was a second for that motion?
Yes.
Commissioner Kane.
I'm sorry.
So for those following this application, there will be no further notice. The public hearing has been continued to April 25, 2007.
I'm going to call a 5-minute break. Thank you.
No, you know what?
We have a code. The code says that if you request more you're within the parking space.
Hey, Chuck. How are you? Good, how are you?
Hey, Chuck.
How are you?
Yes.
I feel bad. That's what the client asked for. I know, that was fine with me. Except like the neighbors that were going to testify, some of them had
Yeah, there's only one neighbor.
How long are these?
One of them.
Wait. Oh, no.
Actually, they're not too.
No. The next.
There's a couple are pretty easy. 8th Street.
That's a personal service, foreign retail.
I bet that goes pretty quickly. University. That's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You wanted to look at the site.
They didn't come up and out. They just came up. My client was there for one.
Trespass?
No.
So what do you guys, what crimes are you committing regarding sewer, septic removals?
Yeah. We're just telling stories here.
Hi.
Good, how about you? Good.
Sure. You'll be here for a few minutes? I'll get a business card. You never carried them.
So what happened was the town approved and developed a house in 19.
Well, at least you're next. Good thing you're on number 5. Make your lucky spot.
Street, but they left it to inspect.
And then noticing
Building code.
But on the separate
The one that's, before, the one that Diane was
Yeah.
calling. That's a different one.
Oh,
Oh, no, we had, the fellow who was sitting on the, sleeping at my own house in my own bed at 10. Owners like sailor.
Yeah, she called me.
Development work should stop.
Cupertino, no.
No, West Valley.
No, it's not going to happen.
I thought it was county government.
Must be the health department.
I heard it the first time.
Excuse me, sorry.
So anyway, Chuck, what happened with the appeal? What happened with the appeal? Was it split vote?
No, it was only 3 members of the board there, but basically they said if you want us to undertake to maintain this line, you have to bring it up to us.
Oh, it's because it's
The line runs fine, we're not stopping you from using it, it's just that it's done in such a way that it creates more potential blockage. Just like a private street, take over your private
They
street.
shouldn't have any
You gotta bring it up to
zero questions.
standards and we'll maintain it.
Everybody's waiting.
Diane wanted to know.
I was on the commission regarding.
I told her, I know you told her.
I just gave her the link.
Behind that.
I didn't,
Scottish guy.
sitting there, council member of the city.
No, she used to be on the commission last year.
No, she wanted to know whether it was requirement, standard of
Yeah,
service.
I think it's
And I said
something
it wasn't mandatory. That is a goal. I think, you could, because of the fact that you're making a decision on an appeal, you could decide what you want to do. Should be done. If the agreement doesn't mandate it.
First time we've ever had an appeal. Online, come up to our standard and then we'll maintain them, or wait for our CIP plan to come in and redo the whole sewer system.
You don't do much at all. Like that against it.
Well, she asked me to sign, and I said, no, I won't sign. So I'm sure my word.
Commissioners, would we all please take our seats again? Thank you very much. We're going to begin our Planning Commission meeting. And we'll start with agenda item 2, 237 Almendra Avenue. Conditional use permit U-07-012. Requesting approval to convert an office to a single-family residential unit on property zoned O-LHP with an APN number of 510-14041. Okay. Do I have any questions of staff, or Mr. Suda, do you like to make a report on this at all? Comments?
Madam Chair, if I may, just before Mr. Suda starts, previously when a speaker was questioning, had questions regarding septic system removals, we referred to the West Valley Sanitation District as a permitting authority. I believe that was an error. I believe the permitting authority is the County Health Department. I just wanted to correct the record on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyway, Mr. Suda.
I'll just make a few brief comments in the interest of time. This applicant is proposing, through a conditional use permit, to convert an office back to a single-family residential home on two properties at 237 and 245 Almendra. You'll note in the staff report that a variance is required for these projects. This variance is required because when the parking assessment district was formed, it took into account the fact that these uses had at least one of the properties had on-site parking. Under the town code, on-site parking that was established at the time of the formation of the assessment district cannot be removed. The code never contemplated that someone would actually reduce the intensity of the use and didn't provide any flexibility or an out provision for that. Therefore, a variance is required, and under the state government code, a variance is appropriate if there are unusual or special circumstances that encumber or place undue hardship on a property.
Thank you. Commission, do you have questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
Point of clarification. So we have to grant the variance so that it's compatible with the zone, which is zoned office, correct?
You need to grant the variance in order to allow them to remove that surface parking lot. And then a conditional use permit is required to allow a residential use in an office zone.
I guess my ultimate question is, why not a zone change?
Again, under the office zone, single-family homes are permitted with a conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Sayoc.
Just to follow up on that, it's the code, though, that we're asking a variance for, the town code?
That's correct. The code, as Mr. Suda said, contains a very specific provision that says that you cannot eliminate spaces that have been credited towards the parking assessment district. So it's that requirement of the zoning code that has to be varied from.
Okay. And then, so to follow up Commissioner Bourgeois' question, what is the process then to change codes to alleviate these flexibilities so that we don't have to give variances every time?
In the larger scheme of things, if this section it could be eliminated through a modification of the zoning code, that would require a separate application. We wouldn't do it on a spot basis, but rather on a general basis.
Okay, so we're asking for a variance on both properties, is that correct? No, just the one. And I forgot, but we're going to hear them both together.
We're suggesting that you hear them both together. They have similar issues other than one requires the variance.
Okay. And so we'll also be hearing 245 Almendra Avenue for a conditional use permit U07017 and a variance application V07142. Okay. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Suda, I'd like to ask one more question. When it talks about access and it says the two properties share a common driveway and the proposal is that the common driveway be enlarged, I got a little lost in where this fence goes and where the landscaping strip goes in relationship to the enlarged driveway. Could you help me with that?
I would point the Commissioner to Exhibit H, which there's a site plan showing both of the properties and shows the where the existing curb cut is and the proposed curb cut and where that planter is.
Well, maybe I'm misreading it. it looks like you have two, the before and after thing, looks like you start with one, you wind up with two, and you've got an existing planter right in the middle of it. I guess maybe I'm looking at that incorrectly. But if you take Almendra Avenue, you take the curb cuts, one of these driveways, or one area anyway, is 12.5 feet. The other side is 10 feet. They're both curb cuts, and in the middle of them is this existing planter to remain. How does it help to double the size but to put a planter in the middle of it? Then you got two driveways, not one. Yeah, but then you got two driveways. That's crazy. That's not what it says, though. It's a common driveway.
Mr. Parsons, can you add something to that?
Mr. O'Donnell is correct in his interpretation. The existing driveway is the 12.5-foot wide driveway. There is a planter between that 12.5-foot driveway and the property line, and it is a brand-new driveway. It's the 10-foot driveway between the property line and the 237 Almendra house.
So it will not be a common driveway?
It will not be a common driveway.
The common driveway is the existing driveway.
Well, the report, I think, misspeaks, I guess is what I'm telling you.
Do we have another question about that, or do you want to discuss that, Commissioner O'Donnell?
As long as we're all clear that what's being asked for here are two separate driveways, not a common driveway, that's fine with me, because I assume that's what the applicant wants.
Right. Okay. Can we have the applicant, please? Would you state your name for the record?
Terry McElroy, 214 Almendra Avenue. I represent the owner, Clyde Steitler. 50 to 60 years ago, the town had a policy to expand its commercial area. Unfortunately, the only place to expand it was in the residential districts there. There are historic residential districts. The general plan says medium-density residential. It's not consistent with the zoning. And there's a reason why they haven't changed the general plan over to office, because they knew there was a mistake some 50 or 60 years ago. The commission and council drew a line in the sand a few years ago when they approved 227 Almendra. That's the one that's 2 doors down from Bank of America, 3 years old, the gray house with the columns. Well, that was actually zoned O. It was a parking lot for 50 years. We changed the zoning, built a brand new house there, and that's the line that was drawn in the sand. I thought what that really was telling us, we want the rest of our historic neighborhood, we want to get rid of the encroachment. Eventually, it'll get weeded out and we'll return back to the way it was supposed to be originally. These houses were built approximately 100 years ago. We're not planning to do any changes on the exterior. As far as the parking, we have a net increase of parking of 27 parking spaces relative to the demand. For example, where houses are requiring 2 spaces, and I believe we were required 18 spaces approximately per house to operate as an office. So my goal here is I'd like to gain your unanimous support. I would like to return these homes back to the way they were originally intended. I want to protect and encourage the preservation of the historic homes here, and I want to reduce the encroachment of commercial in this fragile neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, commissioners? I seeing none. Thank you. We'll have you come back up. I do have one speaker card on this. Chris Southard. Would you state your name, please, and adjust the mic?
Yes, my name is Christine Southard, and I live at 231 Almendra, which is the property adjacent to both these homes you're going to discuss tonight. I am in favor of having them return to residential versus commercial, and I would like it to be logged or noted that I would like single-family homes there. In addition to my approval of having this project go forward, I have 2 letters from other residents on the street, one at 238 and one at 227 Almendra, in support of the same project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. I have another speaker card. Lee Quintana.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. I guess I'm a little puzzled and I need some clarification on something. It was my understanding that the general plan and zoning had to be consistent by state law. And I was going to come up here and ask, what is the general plan on this property? Because I thought it was office. But the previous speaker answered that question for me. So my question is, if most of that block has already been returned to residential, and these are the last 2 properties, why would we issue a CUP under an office zone as opposed to changing the zoning back to residential to reflect the actual uses, and in this case, actually reflect the general plan?
And that's your question?
That's my question.
Staff, would you like to comment on that?
As the speaker points out, the general plan designation for the site is residential, as it is for most of the block. In this case, the action that's being requested is consistent with the general plan because the CUP is to convert an office use back to residential. So by that definition is consistent with the general plan. I think the bigger picture question regarding should this block be rezoned is one that we have on our target list for the general plan update, and in terms of confirming that this is a residential neighborhood and as an implementing measure, rezoning that block back to residential.
Okay, thank you. All right, would the applicant like to come back up, please? Do you have anything?
No, I thought maybe you wanted to say something.
No, you do have an opportunity to speak again, but if you don't need to, that's fine. Do we have any questions? Oh, wait, we have a question. Commissioner Kane.
I may have a question first for staff and for Mr. McElroy. Mr. Suda, in approving the conversion office to residential, are we in any way endangering the historical houses, or do we need to put a condition of any kind that these are indeed historical houses that are on it's in the historical district, or are they just designated as landmark historical houses?
We can't hear.
Excuse me. This is in the historic district. It has an LHP overlay to the zoning.
Can we add any teeth to that as we return these to residential, we don't open them up for development beyond what would be provided by the historical guidelines? Is anything like that needed?
I don't believe so. I think the LHP overlay is as strict a requirement as you're going to impose. It goes far beyond the standard pre-1941 process.
Okay, thank you. Then I don't have a question.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, I'm closing the public hearing and opening this to you for discussion, a motion. Thank you, Commissioner Kane.
The discussion is whether or not there's a downside, and I don't see one. I'm wondering if anybody else does. Then I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the conversion of an office to single-family residential unit on the property zoned OLHP APN 510-14-014. And that similarly, this is for 237 Almendra, and similarly for 245 Almendra to include the variance application VO7142. as required by section,
Conditional use permit, it's another number.
and for 245 Almendra, also the conditional use permit U07017, as required by section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act, is adopted by the town. The project is categorically exempt, as required by section 292190 of the town code for the granting of a conditional use permit, as required by section 292170 of the town code for granting a variance, and as required by section 4B of the redevelopment plan for the Central Los Gatos redevelopment project, that it meets the use set forth in the town's general plan. And for the record, I want to state I read all of those, except for the first one. I was going to ask Commissioner Bourgeois if this application meets the test of the first finding. All right, then that's my motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second the motion, and I do want to add something with regard to Section 15301 of CEQA. It's not a negative, but I think it might be important to also highlight positive things that are occurring with projects. And one of the things I learned in training is to always state the specifics. And it may be indirect, but a positive environmentally from conversion of this project, land use intensity is decreasing, and conversion of the parking lot decreases the amount of impervious surfaces, which only helps non-point source pollution, which will lead to better water quality. So I'd like that to be just stated on the record.
Thank you very much.
I agree, and thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion passes. No, we're not taking a break. We're moving right on ahead. You're welcome. Good luck. And we are, as you remember, moving agenda item number 3 to the end, so we will go right to agenda item 4, 140 West Main Street, Suite C. And we have a desk item on it. Commissioners, have you had a chance to look at it? Okay, fine. Everyone, I see. Okay, give you a moment. Okay. Oh, all right, we're ready to go. All right, I'm going to, before I call the applicant up, any questions of staff? And Mr. Suda, do you have a report? Okay. Any questions of staff? All right, fine. Thank you very much. So 140 West Main Street, Suite C, condition use permit U07018, requesting approval for a personal service business skin spa on property zoned C2 LHP with an APN number of 529-03018. And is the applicant, would you please come up? Thank you very much. And state your name.
Hi, my name is Richard Lane at 17460 High Street, Los Gatos. And actually, I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant, Olivia Howard. I'm her brother-in-law. Is that okay? Sure. Yeah. Madam Chair and Commissioners, thanks for your time. We've just got one slide that I think summarizes our feelings about this project, and then we can answer any questions. Is there a way to turn that on? Okay. Just some real simple bullet points and talking points on this. We feel that the Commission should approve the skin spa because, one, this project meets all of the requirements and the findings for approval. Specifically, it's in harmony with the various elements or objectives of the Los Gatos General Plan. The second point is that the project does not meet any of the criteria outlined in findings for denial, and specifically it will not detract from the existing balance and diversity of businesses in the area. Businesses that have been strictly retail have traditionally failed at this location in recent times. The skin spa is a hybrid business with a mix of over 50% retail combined with personal services focused on consultative selling of both durable goods and high-end consumables. We can talk in more detail on that if you want any background. The project is synergistic with other businesses, with the other business offerings available at the Opera House, and this is evidenced in the attached letter of support from the affected business owners. And I believe that the business owner of the Opera House, Paul Dorsa, is here. And this project will promote and enhance foot traffic in the area. And it's also my understanding that this project does not involve the use of any phallic symbols. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, stay there.
Sure.
At the podium, in case we have questions. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Sayoc.
Numerous studies have come out recently showing mercury toxicity based on skincare products. Do any of your products contain mercury or a form of them?
I think Olivia would be the best source for that answer.
Okay, would you please state your name if you're going to answer?
Olivia Howard for the Skin Spa. Yeah, actually.
And your address?
17460 High Street, Los Gatos. Okay. Mercury, as well as propylparabens, methylparabens, the parabens are also a big deal right now. So yes, it is not to be underestimated. Mercury has not even come up in the industry as far as all of the training materials and things like that. But it is the parabens that seem to be a big deal right now. No, absolutely not. In fact, the O as far as the Skin Spa, my logo is about organic and original. And I'm carrying one of only 3 professional skincare lines in the world that are paraben-free, and will be completely paraben-free actually by July. Right now they're 70%. It's a big change in the industry, and I'm happy to bring it. I think it'll be great, especially being across from Farmers Market, and if we do some promoting on Sundays, and I really would like to. I mean, I really enjoy selling products anyway, especially when you have something that you really believe in. And
Okay, do we have any other questions? I have a question. Wanted you to talk a little bit about, or specifically about the square footage you say you're having in the retail area versus the square footage in the 2 treatment rooms and the waiting area and the reception area.
okay, so it's a total of 520, and
What's the total?
520 square feet.
Of the areas I just mentioned, or
Just of that will have all of that in there. Total building area. It's small.
Look at that. What is the total space?
520.
I have that. Thank you. Okay.
520.
All right. And then the retail area?
Did we have?
If I may.
Yes.
The retail area is roughly 330 square feet.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Wow. I see that, and I'm looking at it, and it doesn't look, it looks small to me compared to the treatment rooms. This is. Are you planning on having products in the waiting area as well?
Everywhere that I can. If 520 square feet is rather small, and yeah, I'm just going to have as much retail as I can. Shelving, and I just need to have the rooms be spacious enough to at least be walking around. I want them to be comfortable, but I would prefer to have as much space as possible for reception and retail items.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? None? All right, thank you very much. I have a speaker card. Richard Lane.
No, that was me.
Oh, that was you? Okay, Richard. Would you like to rebut yourself? I don't think so. Okay, I will close the public hearing then. Commissioners, open it to you for discussion, a motion, questions of staff. Oh, I've got someone's, Commissioner Kane.
I want to disclose that I visited the site. and was approached by an employee of the Opera House and heard an argument regarding synergy, which I wanted to share, that yes, this is a business that is partially retail, but is defined as personal service business, and we have concerns about that. I wanted to argue that in this special location, inside the tunnel, inside the Opera House, there seems to be developing a wedding full-service boutique atmosphere, and there seemed to be a lot of enthusiasm for any component that would contribute to the wedding experience. That the bride and the party would come in and they would be having a reception upstairs, but they'd also be doing things downstairs prior to the wedding, whatever. It seemed to me that this was the beginning of possibly a wedding center, and that had appeal for me. It seemed to fit with the ordinances that we're concerned with on the viability of business and retail versus personal business. This seemed to be more than just another personal business salon, in that it fit maybe with as a component part in a bigger picture, and was also retail.
Okay. Any other commissioners? Okay, I have a concern about this, because I see this expansion, or not expansion, but the inclusion of a spa, once again, just another expansion of personal service in our town, preventing retail once again. And I know it's a unique area to put shopping. However, the right store could probably sell. And so I hate to do that, but I'm just probably not really thrilled about having the plan for retail worries me, because it didn't seem like it's in this little area and then maybe everywhere that it can be put. And I have a problem with that. That doesn't seem like the idea there is for retail. It's mostly for the personal service. Commissioner O'Donnell.
We recently have gotten some instruction, I think, from the town council on their view on that, when they granted the expansion of the restaurant. So I think perhaps we've been interpreting it literally as opposed to figuratively. It seems to me that if ever we should allow this to occur, it would be in this tunnel effect. Because I think no matter how good the retail plan would be, this is kind of a unique situation. It's hard to get people to come into a retail store there, I think, unless you want to be in there for the other reasons that are going on in there. And I think Commissioner Kane's remark is very apt to it. So I certainly support what you're saying. And in general, I think that I'm not sure where the council's coming from on that point, but we've been pretty straight about that. But in this case, I think it would be form over substance. I really think that this is probably the best use there, and I would be inclined to approve it. So that's my feeling on it.
Commissioner Bourgeois?
I also shared the chair's concerns about, yet again, another conversion of retail to personal service. And but again, I was compelled, and because I read those comments in the letters in our packet about some synergy with the Opera House, and given the location and given there's no street frontage, I did find that argument compelling, and I'm really struggling with this, and I don't know where I'm going to go with it. So I'd love to hear other commissioners' thoughts.
Commissioner Rice, would you like to comment? Okay. Shall I come back to you?
No, I have no problem commenting. I share the same concerns, but again, with no street frontage, very difficult to advertise retail there. It's got to be somebody that knows you're there and wants to come specifically to your retail type of business. Nobody is more against the conversion of retail space than I am, I don't believe. I've been pretty consistent in my votes. I kind of go with where Commissioner Bourgeois is, that if there is one that I would ever vote for, this is probably it, because of the uniqueness of it.
Commissioner Kane.
Commissioner O'Donnell almost put his finger on the word that I failed to use earlier when I was talking about synergy, and that is, I'm not a marketing expert, but why go in the tunnel? And the reason to go in the tunnel is you have a destination. And so if you have a destination to a personal service, I would think that that might actually help the existing retail that's in there. Manaz is in there because of the fire, yes. And Ursula's Boutique is in there, and there may be other retail outlets specific to weddings that could be in there. We could create a market for any open spaces. And by the way, if we grant this CUP, they will have 100% occupancy in that tunnel, where they have difficulty, I think, keeping full occupancy, because you don't go in there except if you have a destination. So if we're ever going to find a reason to support personal service over the classification of a retail store, this could be it, where the personal service becomes a destination and actually supports the retail activity that could be going on inside the Opera House.
We had the same sort of scenario recently with a very difficult, we were told, space at the corner of Broadway and Santa Cruz Avenue. And that also went to a beauty salon in the back and a boutique in the front. And the reason I was in favor of that, but the reason is because this salon area was totally defined. And the retail was the majority of it, totally defined. And to me, that made sense. And I understand we have a lot of unique situations here. But whenever we say yes, then we will have missed an opportunity, perhaps. And I believe the boutique that's in the front window is doing well. That would draw other people in. I know we're not, well, I won't talk personally, but yes, Commissioner Rice?
With regard to that prior project that you just mentioned,
Yes.
I actually voted against that because there was proof that retail was succeeding right next door to that. There's a store that's been there for 10 years, and I couldn't justify allowing conversion of retail space to personal service in that location because retail works there next door. Here we've got a case where retail has struggled in this space perpetually. That's to me the difference.
Well, it didn't seem to be the case. I mean, we were told that retail wasn't working in that space I described. And I have to think about Valley Fair. Why do we even go in there? I mean, that's all indoor shopping.
I'd like to make a motion.
Just a point.
And then
Go ahead.
Because clearly there are good opinions on both sides, but let's find out where we are.
Okay. Good idea.
So, yeah, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the conditional use permit, and the findings would be as set forth on page 1, i.e. that it's categorically exempt for the section stated, as required by the redevelopment plan also cited. It meets the uses set forth in the town's general plan. The reasons set forth for granting a conditional use permit in the cited section is also applicable, and the reasons for not granting it do not exist under the section cited. So with those findings, I would move the approval of the conditional use permit.
I'd second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve. Discussion? Okay, then I'm going to, wow. I will not be supporting the motion, and I could cite the general plan designation LP52, encourage a mix of retail, office, and professional uses in commercial areas. So with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Nay. Thank you. So that passes 4-1.
Appeal rights, 5-1.
5-1.
I'm sorry, 5-1.
And appeal rights, anyone dissatisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission may appeal the decision of the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days and must be filed upstairs in the Clerk Department. There is a fee for filing an appeal.
Okay, let's move on to Agenda Item 5, which is at 50 University Avenue, space D210. Conditional, it's for a conditional use permit, U-07-23. This is requesting approval of a modification of a conditional use permit to expand an existing formula retail store, the White House Black Market, into an existing formula retail space, Papyrus, within the Old Town Shopping Center on property zoned C2 PD LHP, and with an APN number of 529-02044. And the property owner is Federal Realty Investment Trust. So do we have a report from staff on this? No. And commissioners, do you have any questions of staff? Okay. With seeing that, oh, you do. Commissioner Kane.
I want to clarify something I learned in preparing the case, and maybe this is known, but this is not an X equals X, insofar as black and white was established, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Suda, black and white was established under the formula retail guidelines. But Papyrus was not. Papyrus came in before those provisions went into effect. So it is not a space that has been approved for formula retail per se. It's inhabited by a formula retail, but hasn't gone through a previous approval process.
That is correct. As you stated, Papyrus occupied the space prior to the formula retail requirement.
So in case we were leaning toward approval, that's one thing we should take into consideration, and I wanted to be honest about it, that it isn't a simple X equals X. It deserves some thought to see if we want to take the space proposed and put it through the formula retail process. Give it away.
Okay. It's information. That's good information. Yes, Commissioner Bourgeois.
I'd just like to clarify with staff that the staff report states that if we would grant this, the percentage of formula retail in downtown would go down. And I just want to clarify that that is on a per business license basis and not on a square footage basis.
That's correct. And it also assumes that Papyrus leaves the downtown, and they may or may not.
Okay, that being said, let's call the applicant up, and that would be, okay.
Filled out a card where I indicated applicant on it, I think.
You certainly did. It's right here, very neatly done, and I apologize for overseeing this, yes.
Okay, well, my name's David Markovitz. I'm with David Levy and Associates. We're the architects for White House Black Market. If you need my address, it's 345 Springside Drive, Akron, Ohio. So I apologize if I fall asleep on you, but I'm on Eastern time still. So, basically, what we're doing is it's really a pretty simple modification for us. It's the existing White House Black Market store is around 1,700 square feet. We're adding about another 1,200 square feet in it, so we're going to be a little over 3,000 square feet of retail space. We will be remodeling the whole interior store with new fixtures, new flooring, new finishes. The exterior is staying fairly much just like it is. We're not really doing anything with the exterior of Papyrus. The only thing we want to do is add a new White House Black Market sign over the center entrance because of the shift of our, we'll have two entrances basically with the store. And we want to replace the existing awnings with the same awnings basically that already exist on the White House, just to match the colors. The awning sizes and everything will stay relatively the same as they are. It's just that the colors, the red color is a little bit off from the three over Papyrus. They're a little bit older and faded a little bit. And then we want to add, of course, another blade sign that would be in the existing bracket that's set for blade signs for the center. Other than that, that's pretty much all we're doing with modifications to the exterior of the store. So
And once again, you are the architect
Right.
for the project? I see, okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions at this time? Okay, no questions. Oh, clarification. Commissioner Kane.
In putting up the center sign, you'll take down the existing sign.
Well, our intention was not to. If we can have both signs, we would like to keep put the new sign up and leave the other sign that's off to the right-hand side. If that's something that, that y'all decide we can't have, then we can live with the one sign, shift it over, so. But we'd like
Question
to
of
keep
staff,
both.
is that an ANS consideration for the future, or do we do it now?
It's actually a sign permit application for the future. There's a condition stating that a separate sign permit is required. So you're not considering signage tonight. You're only considering the use.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Pardon me?
Can I ask a question?
You certainly can.
Because this is the first I've heard about what y'all are terming as formula retail and conversion, and I don't think our office has heard anything about how the usage of the space not being formula retail. So I was kind of lost when you mentioned that as to what you were talking about, unless that doesn't affect me, so.
We'll have our Mr. Corb answer that.
The town has, as you know, a formula retail ordinance, which went into effect several years ago. I'm not sure of the exact date, but the Papyrus store that you're proposing to replace would today qualify as a formula retail store, but was in fact approved or came into existence and operation in that location before the ordinance was in place. So there's no use permit approved for that location for a formula retail store. I believe that Commissioner Kane's point was simply that from the analytical standpoint, is your application replacing an existing formula retail store or not? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what Commissioner Kane was saying is technically it isn't. The space is technically not a formula retail space because it has never actually been approved for a formula retail store. However, a formula retail store does operate there. It just predated the ordinance. That answers your question?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, because in the building it's in, it's all retail. So I mean, there's Iris and then Chico's on the end.
Then perhaps I should just make clear that what the town regulates under its formula retail ordinance are formula retail stores, and the CUP provides a discretionary approval system for formula retail. So it doesn't matter what else is in the area. I mean, other than the fact that it's a commercially zoned district, there is this additional discretionary approval required.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I'm wondering if we, of course I can. Anyway, is this something because we're getting into this area where we're expanding into a non-formula retail that we need to continue this? I mean, could we get into any kind of, I don't even know what to say.
Because the location has not been approved, the proposed additional or new location has not been approved for a formula retail CUP, they're required to apply for one in order to expand a formula store into that location. That's all there is to it.
Okay. All right, then. I'll take that as a no. We are still open for question. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you the only representative here tonight?
Yeah, from White House, yeah, or for White House.
Okay, well, I had a question that was from your project manager, and anyway, about Katie.
Yeah, okay.
She states in here that the store will continue to participate in local community-sponsored activities, and I just wanted to have that explained as to what they were. Do you know?
I can't explain. I wasn't,
Yeah, I'm not sure what she was leading to.
Okay. And about the signage, that will be, I would think that was going to have to come under another with the staff, and I think they'll be able to give you more direction on that.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, our drawings are noting what we sent, the signage would be under a separate permit. I think we knew that part, but.
Okay, they'll give you more direction on that. All right, thank you. I think that's it then. I don't have any speaker cards on this, so. Commissioners, it's open for motion, discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm going to make a motion, but before I make the motion, I'm going to say this, that the nice point that Commissioner Kane raised is Aristotelian, I think, in its implications. But other than that, we have a situation where we have apparently a successful store. We have another store which you can call it anything you want to, but we know it is exactly the same kind of thing. It is a multiple location store, which was prior to the passage of the ordinance. So from a net effect thing, I think it would be really elevating form over substance not to consider this thing on its merits. And I can't see any downside to letting a business, in a difficult business, that wants to expand. If there would be something legally wrong with this, it ought not to be before us, and I would trust that, I would trust that the town attorney would have said so. And therefore, I'm going to rely on the fact that it came before us, and they have not said we can't do it. So focusing solely on the substance of the matter, I think it's a great thing that we have a tenant in town that wants to expand in an area that's going to be vacated, and therefore, I'm going to make a motion to approve the conditional use permit with the findings as set forth on this page. It is categorically exempt under 15301. The findings for granting conditional use permit or denying a formula retail business do not exist, and it meets, in light of the special circumstances, namely the expansion of an existing formula retail store into a space occupied by an in fact formula retail store. I don't believe the prohibitions we're concerned about should apply. And so those are the findings that I would add to the motion.
Okay, we have a motion, and do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Commissioner Rice had his hand up first. I'm going to allow that. And discussion?
I'd like to speak in support of the motion.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Maybe I don't want to speak.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I just didn't get your name out fast enough. That's all right. Commissioner Kane, we want to hear your discussion.
I forgot. I don't know what was it. In researching the question of Old Town, I talked to staff about the PD, the ordinance, the resolution, the whatever that established Old Town, why it exists in the first place. And it was through a plan development. And my concern was that in the plan development, they may have talked about the number of stores that might be required. They might talk about the size of store if there was any limitations, or that diversity in terms of different services and products should be valued and considered. And in the PD itself, I found no language from the founding fathers, so to speak, that should cause us to have a concern about this expansion. There wasn't any number of stores, there wasn't any guidance on type, there wasn't any guidance on size. So not finding any restrictions, I'm very persuaded by Commissioner O'Donnell that this is a successful enterprise, and expansion can only be good, it would seem, for Old Town and for the town.
Commissioner Bourgeois?
I'm very sympathetic to the fact of wanting to support an existing successful business in town. It's the reason I've supported some of the expansions of personal service into retail, but I'm not going to support the motion, and here's my reasoning. If we really want to encourage, like the general plan says, locally owned businesses, if you stand in that parking lot now, because I read in the paper, I don't know the details, but it sounds like the Indian store is leaving. If you stand in that parking lot and do a 360, all you're going to see is Formula Retail. You're not going to see anything else. And more so in that corner, all you're going to have is women's clothing. I mean, when we talk about a diversity of use in an area, we have a concentration. It's going to be White House Black Market, Chico's, Talbot's. There's no reason for me to go in that corner of the shopping center. So for those reasons, I don't think it's necessarily, well, I just don't think it's providing a diversity of retail. I mean, it's so anyway, I'm not supporting the motion for those reasons.
I shop there all the time,
Commissioner O'Donnell, Commissioner Kane, Commissioner Rice.
While I am sympathetic to your arguments, I think it would be the height of bad form to tell a business, Formula Retail or otherwise, that, gee, we're really glad you're here and glad you're doing really well, and by the way, go find another spot that's bigger. I just can't tell that to anybody. So I think it's important that we send a message that we want to encourage good, strong businesses that are successful.
That is, I'm going to speak now, that is an absolutely prime location, just where it is. They have stores other places. I would agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Bourgeois. And you find the language for it right in the general plan. And even though this is a PD and all of that, it's a very prime area. When we let this expansion occur, we are stopping another retail store from going in. We're stopping another small town, diverse offering of a shopping experience. And I really object to that. And I would agree with the general plan. I just do not want, I don't think this town should lose the potential for another resident-serving store. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Can I just respond to that by saying we gain nothing by driving people out of town? If it is advantageous to this town to tell successful businesses that are moving into a Formula Retail location that we think it is so important to do this that you can leave town because somehow we're going to get the local stores, which we're not getting, God forbid. I mean, to me,
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'm just responding to you, and let me finish.
Okay.
Okay? I will say that. I mean, I don't disagree with the logic that you two are making, but I'll tell you, it is not reasonable. So I just wanted to get that on the record.
It could also be another formula store that would, retail formula store that would be smaller in scope, but it would end up maintaining the small scale for shopping, and it also offer a diversity. I don't think we're in danger of losing Black and White. They're doing very well there, regardless of the expansion or not. They're doing quite well. So I don't see, that is my reasoning. So that's where I'm going to go, but I'm going to call the motion unless we have, Commissioner Sayoc, Commissioner Rice, I'm sorry.
I have a question, and for staff, maybe they know it, maybe they don't. When you add these two spaces together, they're, what was it, in the square footage? How many spaces downtown in the core do we have that kind of square footage that they're looking to have combined?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Okay, with that, I'm going to call the question, or the motion anyway. Okay, all in favor, all in favor of the motion to approve 50 University Avenue, space 210, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? 3. So we have a failed motion of 3 in favor and 3 denied.
You have to decide the application, so I can only suggest that somebody try a new motion.
Okay, shall we try it again? Okay, Commissioner Sayoc.
You know, coming into this meeting, I didn't know how I was going to vote, and frankly, up until you called it, I didn't know how I was going to vote. But I think the reason why I did not support the motion was because of the potential for another business to move into that space. So I agree, the existing White House Black Market is doing very well. I don't think they will be leaving. It would be nice to see a new store, whether it's Formula Retail or another store, move into what is currently occupied by Papyrus. So, but again, I'm on the fence, so if some of my commissioners we could have more discussion, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Let's see if we can do that and arrive at a new motion. Commissioner Kane.
Our research with staff indicated, was it with staff or others, indicated that this is one of their most successful stores, that they are bursting at the seams, and that there's no guarantee they'll stay there. So that we shouldn't have the presumption that because they're successful, they're going to stay. You might have the presumption because of bursting at the seams, they may go. And that would be a shame. I agree with Commissioner O'Donnell. So how do we get out of this 3-3 situation?
Yes, continue.
Did I inhale? The first thing that occurs to me is, do you want to put a time limit on it? You want to make them go through a 30-day wait to see if you can get somebody, or just leave the thing open? I think Papyrus is going. Papyrus may be going to the Indian store. Indian store is going around the corner to Main Street. So the chess pieces are moving. You're going to flat out deny their ability to expand? Or can your concerns be represented by a certain period of time, which seems terribly unfair to Black and White? But to get a positive vote, I'd throw something in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever you want. How long do you want that space vacant? Tom?
Commissioner Kane, you're assuming the space will be vacant.
Well,
if somebody moves.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, you're assuming it's going to be vacant for a long time.
No,
You can't.
Weeks.
Okay.
I'm
Commissioner O'Donnell and then Commissioner Rice.
just speaking to the idea that maybe further discussion might help. I think that the formula retail policy is a good one. However, I do think you have to decide when to apply it. I mean, in some instances, you have to decide when to. I don't think it's by rote. I think when you have a situation where you've already permitted somebody to come in that is formula, and that store is next to a space which is in fact occupied by a formula. Now, to the extent that that Papyrus is going to move, I assume they're going to have to file a new application for a conditional use permit. And if you want to turn them down because they are a formula retail store, that's the time to do it. That's new. They know they're taking that risk. But to tell somebody that you let into town, you've got an existing use, but don't be too successful because we're not going to let you expand, that I have trouble with. I don't have trouble with formula retail as a policy. We've had mixed success with getting it regularly enforced. But if there's ever a reason to allow it here, you're going to have control over Papyrus, so you'll still have that. You've got one that you said could come in, a formula. To implicitly imply, but don't be too successful, ought to argue in favor, I think, of some leniency on that for a very, very good purpose. And if we're concerned about the mix, we let a formula men's store in because we were concerned about the mix, not because it wasn't a formula store. We said, oh, there's a reason for this. Well, I think there's a reason for this. That is, you let them in, one formula store is moving out, and you get to tell those folks whether they can come in the other spot or not. So you're not giving that up. I just, our downtown has had problems keeping stores open. And to tell somebody, you can't expand. None of us know whether they're going to move. But I will tell you that if I were a store or another store considering coming into town, and I had the misfortune of being successful, and therefore I had more than 6 stores, I would think long and hard about coming into this town when we are so inflexible under circumstances like this. So I don't know whether that's persuasive of one vote or not. And I don't, I may speak strongly on this, but I don't question anybody's good faith on this. And in fact, maybe they're right. But I feel very strongly, as you can tell, that it is very important to this community that we encourage businesses that we brought in by saying you can do business here even though you're a formula store. That's it.
When I was talking about a store going in, for me, it wouldn't matter if it was formula there or not. It's just the scale of the shopping center and the diversity of the shopping. And we are eliminating a store, a potential for a store. And I think this is about land use. We have to think long and hard. Commissioner Rice.
I agree it's about land use. And that's why I'm in favor of this, because I think we're supposed to be encouraging businesses that are successful and going to be successful. One of the things that tells me that this is not a bad thing to do is in the past when we've had applications before us for stores that we'll call oversaturated in a specific areas, we've had multiple speakers against those types of stores. Nobody came here tonight and say, oh, we've got too many women's stores in town. I just can't find formula retail or, policy or not. I can't find a reason to say, gee, you're too successful, therefore we're going to smack you down. It just doesn't work for me. And with that, I'm going to move approval of conditional use permit U07-23, 50 University Space D210.
Whoop, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell, do you want that? A second? Do you want the second?
No.
Okay, Commissioner Kane. Okay, I wasn't sure. Commissioner Kane, you also have comment. Well, I saw Commissioner Bourgeois' hand up there as well.
I want to second the motion and try another direction for support. Again, this is a quasi-judicial process, and again, we make decisions based on words. Sometimes we bring in values, and sometimes they get us in trouble. We bring in values excessively, we get overturned. What I said about in researching the PD, there's no language there restricting or setting out values on what is done with the old town space. And while you were discussing the prior motion, I was looking at the required findings. And in fact, I was looking at the conditions for denial. And I don't see how we can make those conditions for denial when we've got a successful enterprise. And this is one where I can only echo what Commissioner O'Donnell has said. We've got a successful business. It's helping the town. The expansion, I don't see the downside. And beyond that, whether I see it or not, there's no language really restricting granting this approval. And I think we'd be following a foolish consistency on this one. If we did deny this, I don't know that that's good government, because I think we'd get whooped upside the head come some Monday night.
Commissioner Bourgeois, did you want to speak now? Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just wanted to speak, if I understood the chair's point a moment ago, and I think I did, which was the diversity of stores. My only problem is I don't believe this commission is qualified to make judgments in shopping centers about uses. I think we're qualified, as we did on the bank store, when we say, well, this is a formula store, but there are no men's store in town, and therefore we can move that way. And the way the Apple store came in, it was like, yes, they're definitely a formula store, but where are our computer shops? So we can use that not to make a judgment for the economy about what the mix ought to be. We can use that as a judgment when we can, in essence, say, well, formula ought not to be applied here. For us to tell a shopping center owner what their mix ought to be, we're all in the wrong business. We ought to be very successful shopping center owners, and we're not. There may be a reason for
I would offer two things. One, to just follow on the findings. I could make the findings that it says the proposed use would create an overconcentration of similar types of business, and with the expansion, the business would be similar. We are losing a space. I mean, I'm going to interpret it that way. And there's some other ones here as well. But I think besides that, I'm not sure if we've swayed anybody, but we do have a commissioner that's missing tonight. We might be able to put this on, if it does, what I'm offering is that if motion fails again, we could bring it back quickly, and when we have.
Yeah, except I'll point out that I won't.
Up again in 2 weeks. I have no idea how it's going.
Except I won't be here in 2
Commissioners,
weeks.
oh,
So you're back to 4. Just thought I'd throw that out.
okay then. Well, Commissioner Bourgeois,
I've been waiting very patiently.
shed some light on this.
So, first of all, I'd like clarification from staff.
Yes,
Commissioner
please go ahead.
Kane, Commissioner Kane made an assertion that the Indian store is moving to Main Street and Papyrus is applying for that space. Is that, I mean, do we know that? Is that something we?
I've heard the rumor. I do not know if that's fact.
So that's rumor.
I believe he talked to Danielle Surden, our economic vitality manager.
Okay.
But
I just
do
wanted to
not know
clarify
that as fact.
Okay. And secondly, to get to Commissioner Sayak's uncertainty, and I haven't been trying very hard to convince her in my direction because I do have, as I expressed originally, I do have reservations about not supporting an existing successful business in town. I'm very much on the fence as well, so I'm not trying very hard to convince you to. I probably will not support the motion again, but it. Well, I'm not going to support the motion again, but it concerns me. Yeah.
Okay, Commissioners, I'm almost afeared of calling this motion.
May I just have clarification?
Yes, you may,
The
Commissioner
Indian
Sayak.
store and Papyrus are formula retail.
No,
No, Papyrus is not, but the
Yes.
Indian store is.
no,
Oh, no.
is not. The Indian store is not formula retail. Papyrus is formula retail.
So should the Indian store move to a new location?
It is.
Should the Indian store move to a new location, it would not be required to obtain a use permit as a formula retail business. Papyrus would.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioners. Oh, do you have another question? Commissioner Sayak.
I think I have been swayed by my colleagues to vote for the motion. I am
No, you
concerned
may not get
about the lack of diversity, whether it's retail, formula retail or not. But I am swayed by the argument that we should support existing businesses, and the fact that they are expanding and needing space is one way of showing encouragement is to allow them the space. And so for that reason, I will be supporting it.
Okay, I'm disappointed to hear that because I do think I'm not going to go anymore. Excuse me. I am the chairman, and I will now just end it with, I'm sorry, because I do think we are losing that potential. And I think we support the store very well. Perhaps, anyway, I have nothing more to say. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of approving the conditional use permit U0723, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Nay. Motion carries 4-2.
Appeal rights. Anyone dissatisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission may appeal the decision to the Town Council. The appeal must be filed within 10 days. It must be filed upstairs in the Clerk Department. There is a fee for filing an appeal. I also noted that Mr. Markovitz said that he is on Eastern Time. However, I think Akron, Ohio is in the Midwest.
It's Eastern time.
But it's Midwest.
Because my watch is still set to it. Knows where it is.
I've been asked for a recess for 5 minutes. I'm sorry about that. Commissioner Kane has requested it, so if it's okay with the rest of the commission? Fine. You have 5 minutes. Okay, let's resume our meeting with agenda item 3, 15350 Sueview Drive, architecture and site application S-06-66, requesting approval of modifications to an approved architecture and site application related to grading and landscape improvements on property zoned HR 2.5, APN 537-24010. I would, before we start, could I ask, have all the commissioners visited the site? Okay. Okay, thank you. Nodding, yes. Mr. Suda, would you like to give us an update and a report on this application relative to the hillside design and land use matters?
Very briefly, as many of the commissioners will recall, this application involves a series of modifications that were made to an approved architectural and site application. These were modifications that were installed without approval from the town. This originally appeared before the commission on September 13th of last year. The commission considered the application and denied the request for the improvements on a unanimous vote. And the applicant appealed that decision to the council. On January 16th, the town council remanded the architectural and site application back to the Planning Commission. That remand was based on two factors. One, that the applicant provided new information to the council that had not been presented to the Planning Commission. And then secondly, the council also stated they wanted the commission to make a decision on each individual modification and provide the reasons for those, for their determination on those modifications. Just to summarize, in this staff report, we've divided the modifications into a couple of categories. The first one, and these are all keyed to the applicant's drawing, is Area 1. Those are the entry walls along either side of the driveway. We have grouped areas 3, 4, and 5 together. These modifications involve the installation and modifications to the installation of additional retaining walls and modifications to where those walls can be located. The net effect is to create a series of terraces on the hillside that rise up from the home and from the pool area. The next issue is the installation of the arbor. That's on the east side of the house. At issue here is the fact that the hillside development standards and guidelines includes a standard that accessory structures such as an arbor be located outside the setback. And in this case, that setback would be 25 feet. We have also pointed out there are several other modifications in terms of the location of the driveway and installation of an equipment pad that staff does not have concerns with, and we would have approved those at a staff level had those been the only modifications that were proposed. Given the number of modifications that were installed, we grouped all of them together and submitted them as part of this architectural site application. And I can answer any questions that you have.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have questions? Commissioner Bourgeois.
So the areas that are addressed here are the ones that are in more detail are the ones that are of most concern to staff.
That's correct.
And if I read this correctly, the area 1, the main concern is the look of the stucco as opposed to natural materials.
Right.
And for areas 3, 4, and 5, it's the exterior finish as well as the number of walls. And for area 6, the trellis is the setback issue.
Right.
Those are staff's concerns on the areas of concern.
Yes. Back to areas 3, 4, and 5. Again, it's the appearance of the walls, it's the number of walls, and for clarification, there is a change to how that slope would appear. Under the approved plans, you had several walls and then a slope between them. Under the installations installed by the applicant, now you have a series of terraced benches going up that hillside.
And that speaks to the hillside guideline of maintaining natural slopes in the hillside. Okay, thank you.
And can you just remind us also the setback for accessory structures in the hillsides?
It requires that it be outside of the required setback. So in this case, it would be 25 feet. Now, under the zoning code allows these kinds of accessory structures to be as close as 5 feet. Again, the hillside standards and guidelines establish a larger setback of 25.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner Sayoc.
A question regarding the retaining walls. On page 45, the guidelines, such as terraced retaining walls should be separated by at least 3 feet. Retaining walls should not run in a straight continuous direction. Does staff feel that the retaining walls in the proposed project have met these guidelines?
Excuse me. The lower retaining walls are straight. The upper retaining walls have a bit of a curve to them east of the pool, and then become straight as they reach the house, essentially. So east of the house, they become straight walls. And the second part of your question was?
In terms of the actual numbers, are they separated by at least 3 feet? And are they running, it says here, they should not be running for more than 50 feet without a break, offset, or planting pocket?
Yeah, Mr. Parsons is confirming they are separated by 3 feet. But those walls do run for more than 50 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, I'll call the applicant up. And would you state your name?
Yes, my name's Charles Killian, 22366 Rancho Deep Cliff Drive, Cupertino, California. I represent the applicant, Charles Hackett. I'll try to be brief due to the lateness of the hour. There are actually 3 areas, as Mr. Suda said, that are of main concern. The other issues seem to be resolved at staff level. With respect to the fascia of the walls, we are in agreement with the proposal of staff. In fact, I asked, or Mr. Hackett did bring a sample of the stone that he plans to put on the wall, which I'd asked Mr. Going to hang out.
Okay.
So, as far as we know, that was the main concern that staff had with the walls themselves. The number of walls was meant to reduce the larger 2 walls to 3 walls, which were more terraced, and in between the terraced walls would be more landscaping. The approved walls, which were not installed, were 2 larger walls with less area for landscaping. In fact, as I pointed out in our letter to you, that the landscape architect said it would be very difficult to grow plants in those areas unless those planter boxes were expanded, allowing for the 3 terraced walls. With respect to the arbor, and that's really the main concern, I think, at issue. That's really an exception that you must grant as part of this application, because it does sit within the rear setback of the property. I would indicate, as I've indicated in my letter to you, that that arbor cannot be seen by anyone other than the applicant's property and the property above him. That's Mr. Olson. Mr. Olson has agreed and is most wholeheartedly in favor of the arbor as a way of screening for privacy, and he's approved that. He's given you a letter which I've attached to my packet. He was here tonight, but he's a fireman and he had to leave. He's on shift and he couldn't stay. He indicated, though, he's most heartily in favor of the arbor. I would indicate further that the arbor fosters one of the main goals of the hillside guidelines, and that is to protect privacy. We cannot put plants or large trees in that area for 2 reasons. One, the trees would grow higher than the house and thereby impact Mr. Olson's view over Mr. Hackett's house, and also there's a restrictive covenant that prohibits us from planting large trees. So this is the only way we really can protect the privacy of the property. We think it's a beautiful site. It's a beautiful arbor. It's similar to the one that is already approved for the site. You do have pictures that I've attached, and I'd be happy to go into more detail if you wish, or to answer questions. I have both the landscape architect here to answer questions, as well as the civil engineer if you have any questions regarding the retaining wall or other structures. We did also add some stairways, which are of no concern to staff. They really are adjunct to the arbor and to the walls. So with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions at this time? Okay, Commissioner Kane. And then Commissioner Sayoc.
Killian, in your letter, Mr. Killian, your letter, under your tab Area 3,
Yes.
you give us a artist rendering.
Yes.
Is that the way you would have it be? Are you suggesting this is what it's going to look like?
That is what it would have looked like had it been installed.
What it shall look like, if it's approved?
Yeah, the other one is, maybe I better, this one here, there are two pictures in Area 3.
I want to ask you
This
about
is
this
how
one.
it should be here. And with the plantings. There's no plantings there now because we haven't planted any landscaping. This area here, and maybe I better let the landscape architect answer the question because they're his drawings.
My question is simple. Is this what you intended it
Yes,
shall be?
that's what it should be.
And the picture in front of that is what it would be had you
Had we gone along with the
proceeded
approval.
according to the approvals you had.
That's correct.
And you're saying nothing will grow there?
Nothing will grow in between the walls, the two walls.
It would depend upon, well, there seems to be a lot of growth in this
Yes, there's
picture.
a lot of growth there, but I would defer to the landscape architect who would tell you why these would not grow well, because there's not an adequate soil there for that type of growth.
Okay, why don't we hold that question, Commissioner Kane, if you would like more clarification from the landscape architect, he
okay.
can come up. Okay.
I think I'd rather let him answer if that's possible. I think he can give you a far better answer
Well,
than I.
okay, if he would, he could fill out a card and come and speak
Okay.
later. Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sayoc.
Actually, if the landscape architect wouldn't mind filling out a card, I would like that question answered in this diagram or schematic of what it will look like. It's not actually a fair comparison, in my mind, to look at both pictures because, well, for one, there's more greenery on this than there is on this. And I'm assuming that the retaining walls are not all going to support the extra trees and grass that's being shown on this picture. So if I could get a more accurate comparison between the two, I think that would be well appreciated. Or else if you can at least just circle what will actually be supported by the topsoil you'll be bringing in.
Okay, so we could ask for the architect to fill out a card and come and speak. But do it,
Can he fill it out later and
Yes.
speak now?
well, he could speak later as well, unless it's important to, do you want to hear him now? Okay.
That's
I didn't know if we had more questions of the
And
first
actually, I
speaker.
do
You do? Okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
With regard to the entryway, and now, from what I understand, there were two diagrams provided. One is 1A.
Yes, that was an approved, 1A was the approved entryway that is
Right.
not subject to your review.
Correct. And one is what is being proposed.
That's what's up there now.
There's a difference in height, and one of the questions I have is, can your entry walls, the walls on the entryway, can those be lowered to the height that is already approved?
They could be, but I'd refer to the civil engineer as to why that shouldn't be the case. If he will answer that question, that'd be great.
Okay.
Okay.
Those are all my questions.
Those are all your questions. All right, then. And the architect will... What? Is he? Okay. Okay. Would you state your name, please?
Mark Bedoin.
He's the architect. I mean, the landscape architect.
I'm sorry, did you hear my question, or would you like me to repeat it with regard to the schematics on tab 3?
Yeah, why don't you repeat your question?
Well, basically, my question is, I am having a hard time comparing the two pictures because one is obviously more green than the other. And I understand the argument that the retaining walls will provide more topsoil to be brought in so that more landscaping can be supported. But if you look at the picture of what will occur, should your proposed project be approved, there's much more greenery that is not supported by the retaining walls. And so is it your assertion that these extra trees on the top will not grow if your retaining walls are not built?
Well, what we're looking at here is just a graphic representation of the two concepts. One is the previous concept with much higher walls. If you notice the first one, there's a ramp going off, and there's a much higher wall behind it. That was the approved plan. And the soil up there is, it will support more plants than are actually shown in that brown area. But if you go up to the site, you'll notice there's some cuts that have been there for like 15 years, and very little vegetation's grown because the soil is very infertile, and it's not, the topsoil's been kind of stripped away. So it's, you could grow plants there, but it'd be much harder to grow plants in the first concept. The second concept is all the lower walls are backfilled with nice sandy loam topsoil. So it's going to be much easier to grow plants there, and also it's going to be much less erosive. By leaving the slope, as you see in the first photo or first graphic representation, it's much more erosive too, because the water just flows from the high point to the low point, taking soil with it. Whereas in the second concept, most of the water gets trapped in the flat terrace and then can percolate into the soil and water the plants. So it's much less erosion in the second concept than the first concept.
Thank you.
And you had a question regarding the retaining wall or the...
Wait, I have a follow-up question.
Excuse me.
There was no way to revitalize that land that you're speaking about?
Well, it's very difficult. When you go up to the side, you'll see actually the whole Seaview Drive shows the cut into that existing soil and very little vegetation has naturally grown there in all these years.
Okay, thank you.
And I think there was a question regarding the entryway wall, why it cannot be reduced in size, in height?
Yes.
The reason why...
Thank you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah. My name is Robert Stewart. I'm a civil engineer. My address is 1133 Fairview Avenue in San Jose.
Okay.
The walls are taller as you veer left and go up the driveway to the site in question. Those walls are taller to give protection of the headlights as they go up that driveway for the neighbor. And although physically the walls could be lowered, they were intentionally made that high to give privacy to the neighbor.
So just so I understand, so if it were to be lowered to the approved height that was not in our proposal, it would provide protection from headlights?
I don't believe it would. I think if it was lowered to that height, as the cars go up that hill up the driveway, there's a slight climb that they would have to go up. I think the lights would actually make it over that wall.
Can it go down by any amount before?
I mean, I suppose we could do an experiment and see how much it could go down and still protect the neighbors as far as headlights are concerned.
Okay.
Commissioner Rice.
Yeah,
And then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yeah, sure.
As a follow-up, maybe I'd ask Mr. Bedoin, could we not achieve the same screening from headlights with landscaping as opposed to the wall?
I mean, I don't know if there's a lot of oak trees in that area. I'm not sure you could get tall plants to, I mean, certainly market it could help with this too, but there's not a lot of light that gets in there as far as, anyway.
Okay, thank you.
Could I add something as far as the last question as well regarding that bank being able to maintain vegetation? If you look at our cross sections that show the original proposal and the new proposal, it's sheet 5 of 5 of drawings that I prepared.
Sheet 5 of 5, which ones you're not referring to the ones?
That's this sheet here. I don't know if you actually have that. I could have you look at this if you like.
What would you like us? Okay.
Well, it clearly shows.
Just you can also tell. Oh, there we go. We're going to put it on overhead.
Down the freeway, I've noticed those cuts that you see on the side of the freeway, and you say, God, that's ugly, because it will not maintain vegetation, because the original plan cut very deeply into the hillside. It took all the soil away, all the topsoil away, and you got down to virtually the bedrock. And it shows on our cross-section. I can show it here. I don't know if you guys can see this from here. This dashed line right here is the old proposed grade line. That line there was the existing ground before any grading occurred. We were removing almost 6-7 feet of soil in the original proposed approved plan. This line here is the new terrace line, and you can see that we're not cutting into the ground as much, and we're able to fill in that space with topsoil that will maintain vegetation. Again, I'm sure everyone in this room has noticed when you drive down the freeway, those cuts that you see on the hillside where it's nice and grassy, and then you'll get to that cut area, and it's just rocky, and nothing ever grows there. I mean, if grass wanted to grow there, it would, and it can't. This site has a very similar situation.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell, you had a question, and then Commissioner Kane.
Yeah, if we go back to the drawing 1, I guess in 1A, you were talking about the height of the wall.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you said the reason the wall was high was to shield the neighbor.
Yes.
So in arriving at the height of that wall, how did you determine how high it had to be to shield the neighbor?
Well, the wall was simply designed at it's a legal height wall. It's a fence. We just made it the height of a normal fence.
Didn't you make it higher than was approved?
No, it isn't higher than as far as that part of the driveway as you come up for screening purposes, that is not higher than it was approved.
Okay, so in determining that it would shield, you really didn't make that determination. You just made it as high as you could.
We made it as high as a fence, a normal fence.
So I was just trying to follow the question, because when you were asked how low could you bring it and still shield, you really don't know then.
I just simply said it possibly could be lowered some.
You don't,
still shield.
but is it fair to say you don't know?
We don't. I can't say that I would know exactly how high it needs to be to shield.
Okay.
Just 2 comments on that answer. Number 1, this is approved height. We're not violating any of the rules. And secondly, the neighbors who are the ones that would be impacted by this are present here tonight and will speak in favor of the
Okay.
wall.
Would you please identify yourself? Because this is a new
My
speaker.
name, Charles Killian.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Suter, do you want to comment on that?
It's a legal height. 6 feet fences and walls are allowed. There is a portion, as Mr. Killian stated earlier, on the adjoining lot that has been approved. The wall in question on Area 1 has not.
Okay. Understand?
Not what?
Has not been approved?
In terms of what? its existence or its height?
Commissioner Kane?
Either. It was not approved by the town. This is the entry wall, Area 1, was approved without permits from the town. Well, it was installed without permits from the town. Right.
Did all the commissioners see that? Okay, I'd like to, is that the one with the dog in it? Okay.
Those are nice dogs.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Kane.
You know, it's getting late, and my reasoning's getting a little fuzzy, but I have a question for staff. Mr. Suda, we're talking about walls on the subject property, but only certain walls. In other words, a lot of what has been done. Boom, we presume prior approvals. But now we have a wall that exists without an approval. So I want to ask my question. Isn't it the case that in the hillsides we don't build concrete walls? We build fences. We build translucent concept. We build animal friendly. There's a lot of concrete up there, and I think rather than getting focus only on the height of the wall, I'm going to focus on the wall itself. And what I recall from the hillside, hillside code guidelines really don't allow concrete corridor walls. And in approaching the property and visiting the property, I went through a lot of concrete corridors as opposed to rail fences and the kind of pictures that are shown in our hillside guidelines. Is that reasonably correct?
Yes.
Then my question to the applicant, and in fact the architect, Mr. Bedoin,
The landscape architect.
or anyone.
No.
In building these walls,
We try to get you the best answer, Commissioner.
in building these walls, were you guided by the hillside guidelines? And if you were, how did you put in concrete corridors?
Okay, excuse me.
Good evening. My name is Charles Hackett. I'm the owner of the property. If you would, the staff in town of Los Gatos refers to these as a fence, number one, even though it's made from concrete blocks. The reason it was made from concrete blocks is because we could not get the radius on a wood fence to go around the driveway as you see that. And the reason that the fence is the height that it is because I went out there at night and drove back and forth up and down the driveway to see exactly how my headlights reflected on my neighbor's fence. So we worked together on this to establish a height so that they would not be impacted by the noise and the lights of the headlights going up the driveway or coming back down the driveway. So we spent a lot of time talking about this, and that's the reason for the height of the fence there. It's within the permitted height for a fence, which is 6 feet. The reason the other fence going to my house is a little bit lower fence is because we wanted to do a different design. You don't want to look at the two fences being the same design. You wanted to have different identities going into both properties. So,
Mr. Hackett, I don't want to debate, but the burden of proof is on the applicant for the exception. So I guess I can ask some pointed questions. You've built concrete corridors in order to avoid headlights. And we're not talking about Los Gatos Boulevard. We're talking about Sioux View Drive, which fortunately I have four-wheel drive so I could get up there. It's a very exciting climb. But we're talking about 1 or 2 cars a night. And we're talking about hillside guidelines to say don't do this. So what justification can you offer for me to grant you an exception?
I don't know, honestly, what guideline would tell me not to build a concrete block fence. We have them approved by the town of Los Gatos.
This wall isn't approved by the town of Los Gatos.
No, but we have 2 other fences. Well, this is not referred to as a wall by the town. They refer to it as a fence.
Well, may I answer?
Thank you. Mr. Hackett, thank you. And would you please identify yourself, Mr.
Charles
Killian?
Killian.
Thank you. It's for the record, and every time you change speakers.
I'm reading from the guidelines, and it says at page 32 of the guidelines, the design guidelines provided that addressing the above objective of protecting privacy, incorporating screening measures, e.g. solid railing, walls, lattice work, or planters. Now, I'm a little in disagreement with staff on whether walls are allowed there. In fact, all the staff reports that have been submitted in this, including the staff report to the town council dated January 9th, 2007, indicates that there was no concern with the walls except with respect to the facing itself. And we're willing to abide by that. We think it would be an improvement to put rock facing instead of stucco facing. But I don't see anything in the guideline that prohibits walls or prohibits solid walls. But I haven't read, I'm not as knowledgeable as Mr. Suda on the guidelines, that's for certain.
Mr. Suda, would you like to comment?
Yeah, the section pertaining to fences and walls encourages open fencing in the hillside area. It provides the language that solid fences or solid walls are allowed where necessary for privacy.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any other questions of Mr. Killian? Mr. Killian, you were the original speaker, I believe. Would you please?
My name's Charles Killian.
Yes. Okay, Commissioner Sayoc had a question. Do you want to go? Go ahead, Commissioner Kane.
Just want to offer to Mr. Killian, you gave me chapter and verse on the hillside guidelines. Site elements on fences is on page 42, and that may be able to provide future guidance. And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, you wanted me to do something with page 42?
Yeah, it talks about fences.
Okay. Commissioner Sayoc.
I do have a question about the amount of cut that was done, and please indulge me since I don't have the history as my fellow commissioners do. Why did you cut so much to begin with?
Why was the original approval had so many cuts in it?
Right.
I wasn't here for the original approval. That was done in, 2001? But I'll be happy to defer to Mr. Suda.
Actually, my fellow commissioners pointed out something. And
We're not looking at that.
One other thing.
Yes.
I'm counting 4 retaining walls instead of 3. Am I missing something on this diagram?
Do you mean the way at the top is one at the top?
If you're just counting the orange, which I'm assuming is the retaining wall, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have the 5th one above the trees.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I'd have to look at the plans.
The one above the trees is the other property.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
That's correct. 4 walls.
Okay, so then I guess my question then is to staff for clarification. I thought we were looking at 3 instead of.
You're looking at a group of 3 and a group of 2. So.
What?
Wait a minute.
Is it a puzzle? It looks like it's got 4 walls, Randy. Count them.
Right, I'm looking at the site plan. Right.
Well, she's just asking about the picture.
Right.
There's 4 walls in the picture. Top wall's the 5th one that's on the other property. So she's right. You got an extra wall on here. Things to future promise.
Okay.
I think the answer is that we had permits for 2 walls below, and we added a 3rd wall below, and then we added 2 walls above that for a total of 3 new walls. 2 had already been approved under the old.
Okay. All right. Any more questions before I call? No, thank you. I have a card for you, Mr. Hackett, and you can speak later. Anyway, commissioners, do you have any more questions of this speaker, Mr. Killian? No. Okay. Seeing none, I do have cards here, and thank you so much for waiting. But you know what? It is getting to be that bewitching hour of almost 11:30. So I need, before we can continue anything, I'm going to need a motion to continue or not.
I'll go ahead and move to continue to midnight.
Okay, and I'm going to need a second to that motion. Yes, Commissioner Kane?
I don't know if we can do it in 30 minutes, John. What's the point?
I mean, it's going to be, we're going to
Give
be,
him some guidance, and maybe we can make some changes between here and there. This is not a property that's encumbered by a family being out in the rain, I don't think, that being prevented from moving in because of our indecision or whatever. Maybe if we had 2 more weeks, we could be looking at some, I think they're getting a sense of where we're at. Maybe we could see something better in 2 weeks. I don't know.
Actually, we would appreciate guidance, and we'd be happy to come back in 2 weeks,
Well, maybe
if it's the pleasure of the commission.
Can we take an informal approach to this, Madam Chair, and just give guidance and wrap it up in 20 minutes? Because we're not going to finish in 30.
I don't think so. Guidance for,
Well, we have 5 points. We can just talk off the top of our heads and see if they want to.
Commissioner Rice, you're shaking your head. Let's hear from you.
Well, first of all, you got a motion on the table. Are you going to
Right,
say
I don't
it
have a
has died
second.
for
I don't
lack
have
of
a second. Yeah, it's dead.
Then I'll just move that we continue this hearing, and Grant, I have to say, I'm not going to be here in 2 weeks, so I'm willing to go 4, but I'll leave that to my fellow commissioners. I'll move that we continue this hearing.
Continue and give guidance.
No, I don't, we haven't gone far enough to give guidance. We don't have enough information yet on this stuff to where I'm comfortable giving guidance yet.
Okay, Commissioner O'Donnell, do you have something you wanted to say? Yes, I'm calling on you.
Okay. If I could-
I'd like to hear an informal.
I just didn't want to rush him on
Yeah.
that. All I was going to say is, I agree with both of you, which sounds kind of odd. I don't think we can give definitive guidance, but I don't think there's anything wrong. For example, if Commissioner Kane could be helpful by giving some guidance, that's better than nothing. But on the other hand, agree with Commissioner Rice. We don't want to prolong this much more, but if we gave maybe 10 minutes to allow anybody who really wants to try to help by giving their impressions, nobody has to do that, but obviously Commissioner Kane wants to do that. So I guess all I'm asking is the maker of the motion, could we have another 10 minutes and then let it go?
I'll give you 10.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kane?
I'll second, in other words.
We don't have a
agree with
motion yet.
Commissioner Rice.
No, I move.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
You have a
didn't hear you.
second.
Thank you.
I am chastened, if not learned, educated
Okay.
by Commissioner Rice. I'm talking.
Well, no, I'm thinking, Commissioner
The point
Kane.
is, we don't have all the evidence, and so absent all the evidence, I don't know how we can give guidance.
That was my point.
You think we can do that, Tom? I don't think so. So I stand corrected.
Okay.
If you have any questions of fact that we can answer for you in the meantime,
Thank you.
get that
Thank you.
information.
Okay.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Oh.
Could we have a motion?
Well,
Do we have a mo?
okay, let me restate that. I move we continue this hearing to our next meeting. If we can we fit it in there? I don't know. Can we fit it?
Okay, all right, Commissioner Kane.
I just realized the neighbors have been here all night.
Right.
And I'm wondering if they want to give testimony tonight so as to not have to come back. I'm sorry the hour's late, I'm sorry, but you've been up there forever, and everybody else has left, they don't care, but.
Well, okay, so then if that's, all
We
right,
have 3 neighbors at least, and 2 other witnesses.
Okay.
Oh, my, no. Right over the edge.
okay. I would like to suggest that I would prefer hearing from the neighbors as well, because it may enter in new information that we can
Hear from
use.
the speaker cards.
The speaker cards is what I meant. People on the speakers. I understand that. I'm just speaking, just giving you another thought. Okay, so motion is to continue this to our next April 14th meeting, I think.
No, it's April.
April 11th? April 11th, okay.
The maker of the motion.
Would the maker, yes?
Would the maker of the motion accept hearing from the speaker cards?
No.
Oh, you're so bad. All right.
Okay, let's call a question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Well, it's worth a shot.
Okay. All right, another motion. Commissioner Sayak.
I make a motion to continue this item to the April 11th meeting, but allow enough time to allow the public to comment.
Okay.
Can we do something like that?
Yeah.
Okay, how about till midnight?
Okay. To midnight. Commissioner Rice.
The concern I have.
Oh, I need a second before we can. Okay, Commissioner Kane seconds. Commissioner Rice.
The concern I have is if we are continuing it to April 11th, I won't be here. It's quite possible Commissioner Machici will be here, and he would not have the benefit of hearing the testimony of those people before he votes, which is why I think it's important to hear the public testimony on the night you vote. That's my thought on that.
Okay, Commissioner Kane.
We'll take the best notes possible. I don't want to bring them back unless they want to come back. They've been here all night, and that matters to me a lot. Now, if they can come back, we can do that, Commissioner Rice. I'm comfortable with that.
Maybe we could ask them, and when they could show by a nod of heads if they might be here anyway.
One suggestion is, because I think this will apply to some people, if they intend to be back at the meeting, they ought not to speak tonight. If because of hardship, they've sat here all night and they don't intend to be back at the next meeting, then fine, we can talk till 12 o'clock. But I don't want to hear from them twice.
Okay. So why don't, I take a nod of heads? Okay. So does that mean I need to do that before I call the question? Don't we have a motion on?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. So, okay.
Stay until 12, right?
Right. We're staying till 12. Okay, so, and people who cannot come back will speak. All right, fine. So with that, all in favor, say aye. 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 And opposed? Okay. With that, I have the cards, and let me put my glasses on so I can see your names. Ian Felix, thank you. Alex Gorovitz.
Thank you.
Lee Quintana.
Thank you.
And Charles Hackett, of course. Okay.
Can you come back?
He'll be back. He will be back. All right. So in that case,
Thank you for your indulgence tonight. We'll see you when?
April 11th.
Thank you very much.
Do we need to do anything, another formal? Okay, there will not be another formal announcement of.
Right. Since this was continued to a date certain, there will be no additional public notice provided.
Okay, commissioners. Where am I? We have no continued other business. We do have new other business. Do we? I know. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted one other thing, and that was for, okay, this will take 45 seconds from two people. We just returned from the League of Cities Conference in San Diego, and Commissioner Bourgeois and Commissioner Sayoc attended that conference. 45 seconds. Do you want to give an impression? I thought it was of the.
I could do it in 5 seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds.
Wonderful conference. Thank you, town, for sending us. Great energy that I hope to bring back with you. Couple things that you guys should think about, because I will be raising them. Sustainability in everything we do. Environmental justice. Free parking. And environmental design criteria, making them more green. So.
Okay. And Commissioner Bourgeois.
I think she covered it. Nothing to add. It was a great conference, thanks to the town.
Yes, it was wonderful. We had a really interesting time. Thank you. Adjourn the meeting.